Testing.
Okay, good.
I know some of these are online. Let me make sure I can get them. John Eldridge, Eric Gucan, Gerald McNair. All right, we do have a quorum, and I'm going to check our online attendance.
Well, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Charter School Review Board in our November meeting. Thank you for all that are here today in person. Thank you for all board members as well. And for those listening across the state, we appreciate your time and attention to our matters here today. We do have a full agenda today with a special presentation this morning and then continuing with the renewal discussions from schools from across the state. But let's begin this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the unseat flag. Mission of the Charter School Review Board. The mission of the Charter School Review Board is that we work to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools across the state of North Carolina. Our ethics statement reads as follows. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the Review Board. Does any member of the Review Board know of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please state them for the record. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. All righty, our first order of business today, we have a special presentation from a team from Pine Springs Preparatory Academy. So the team can come forward. While they're getting settled, maybe a quick introduction. It was probably 10 or 11 years ago that I had the opportunity to be behind that podium with some other board members with this idea of creating a charter school in Holly Springs to be named Pine Springs Preparatory Academy. And thankfully, this board supported that effort as well as the State Board of Education. And our goal back then was to provide high quality education and choice to families in the Western Wake area and in some regions beyond. And much like with a lot of the applicants that come before us, trying to have that idea, that promise, that energy and hope that they could do good work. That's what this school and this team has done over the last 10 years. This morning, we get to hear from a group from Pine Springs staff, I think 4 or 14, I think the number was. They got to go to Tanzania this past summer and help another school in Tanzania launch. And we do hope to have continued work with them. So I share that background simply to maybe pause and reflect at the impact of our work and how impactful it can be, not just in the communities that the schools are opening up in, but worldwide. And so obviously you can hear the pride in my voice and probably the smile on my face if you're watching the video, but I could not be more pleased and more excited I'm proud of the staff at Pine Springs for making this possible, and again, not just impacting a lot of lives in the communities that we serve here in North Carolina, but now worldwide. So I'm going to turn it over to the team, and I'll let them introduce themselves. But good morning, Ms. Favia.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. We're really excited to be here. So just thank you so much for your time. My name is Kristen Favia, and these are some of my teammates who came with our trip this past summer. So we have Miss Lauren Johnson. She's the principal of the elementary school. And we have Miss Erin Harden. She's a 5th grade teacher. And we have Coach Corey Davis, who's our athletic director. So this past summer, we went into this idea of how can we connect Pine Springs with a school in Tanzania. So before I get started into like the true details, let me backtrack and how did this get started, right? So I have a friend named Faustine Moshe who lives in Tanzania. And he started a school this past January, and it was started with about 32 students in total. It's in a low resource area, which really means that these students and families come from no running water, no electricity, limited food, and limited education. So he started this school in this area to really just promote education, right? We started thinking, how can we connect a beautiful school like Pine Springs with such amazing educators and this school named St. Charles in Arusha, Tanzania? So the idea, let's plan a trip, right? So we planned a trip where not only would we be visiting, but we would immerse ourselves into the culture. We would visit the school. We would help establish it. The school itself was physically built, but we were there to start some trainings and see how their curriculum matches with our curriculum and figure out how we can collaborate. It wasn't something that we wanted to go there and say, this is how we do it here in the US. That was not our intention. And I really hope, and I think that they would agree that that's not what happened. So it was really how we can start the connection and keep the connection growing. So we planned this trip. It ended up being a mix of staff, some teachers, some office, some admin, and we were able to really just get a good sense of Pine Springs with different roles to go on the trip. Let's see. So we started going to the trainings, and we focused on math, reading, and health and fitness. We visited not just St. Charles, but 3 other schools as well. And these schools were more established than St. Charles, and it was really good to see kind of what St. Charles wants to be. And we visited them because Faustine was part of those schools as well. And we were able to hold trainings there as well as St. Charles as well. We brought supplies, and we were able to kind of collaborate with all of the schools. And to this day, we still contact with all of them. So I'll bring it over to Ms. Harden to continue on.
So for our focus for the trainings for the schools, we focused on reading and math. We had several groups that were training the teachers there. And for the math, we focused on math manipulatives, engagement, helping with trying to combat frustration, because that was one of the concerns that the teachers had at those schools. For reading, we shared our kindergarten assessments. We shared guided reading lesson. We talked about high frequency words and decoding skills for the kids. And we also focused a little bit on social emotional learning, where we showed them our morning meeting outline, and it kind of explained that for the training. So when we went to the schools, one thing that I know for me personally was I was just amazed by what all the teachers could do with such little stuff. That, they had very little supplies, manipulatives, but the kids were doing amazing things in the classroom. So that was one of the things that I learned. I mean, yesterday our internet went down for 15 minutes and I thought I was going to lose my mind in class because I couldn't show my video. And so I was like, oh my gosh, it was one of those moments where I had to kind of like reflect and be like, okay, I just went to a country where they had no power. And the teachers were able to do all these amazing things. And so it was really eye-opening for me as a teacher as well. But it was great to be able to share. I felt like I probably learned more from those teachers and what they do in their classroom than what I could bring to them. So it was definitely, it was a great experience for me as well to share what I know, but also to learn from them.
Also, along with the teachings of the classroom stuff, we wanted to go in and learn what they knew about first aid, health and wellness. So our nurse actually at our middle school came along with us. She was able to bring supplies for them to sort of teach them and show them how to deal with cuts and wounds, because when we were asked the questions about what they sort of knew, it was very minimal, where a lot of the diseases and the kids were coming in sick. And even we would have staff that actually had a cut there, and she got to look at and sort of teach them how to treat wounds and doing that stuff. That was remarkable to see, to be able to get that impact immediately while we were there. Like Kristen said, we weren't there to just say, hey, here's how we do it, we want you to do it, but sort of learn. And so my aspect of that was taking with sports and games and really seeing what the kids were doing for their physical fitness. Like we said, they didn't have a whole lot. So the joys that we got to bring from our school and our staff, our students, our parents, our community, they were able to gather all the supplies. As you saw in the previous, we took a plethora of suitcases and math skills and soccer balls and volleyballs, and just getting out there and really just throwing them out there just to show them how to play. They just wanted to play. They saw a ball and they were kicking it. I brought footballs. Used to be a football player, and they just wanted to kick it like soccer ball. And so it was like, let's do that. And so we just wanted to learn and just keep them engaged with the games and little obstacle courses, and just getting them, showing the staff too how to sort of organize their play a little bit more, rather than having 35 kids just running at one ball and get your injuries and things. We want to sort of to show them how to organize that a little bit better. When it came to the supplies, just a little funny story with it. Getting into Tanzania, we got stopped. We had a lot of luggage. There were a lot of us, and we sort of mixed things here and there in different bags, and we got some roller bags through, but just the culture and also learning about what are you bringing into our country to teach our kids everybody was nice. We had smiles, but just we were doing good, and we knew we were doing good, but just the fact that dealing with going to a country where that you didn't know and they didn't know you, we didn't know their language, and getting stopped. So having those supplies and having to deal with that also it took a step back too. It's like, as much as good we're doing, there's still always obstacles when you're trying to do good for others, and they think that you have something else in mind or a different agenda with when you're going to do something. So getting through that situation was fun. And scary at the same time in a different country, but we got through it. We made it.
As you can see here, we're at St. Charles in these photos. And as we mentioned, they do not have running water or electricity, but you wouldn't know that because the sounds in the classrooms were what you would hear in any classroom, maybe even amplified a little bit more because they were so excited to have visitors there. So one of the things that we enjoyed most was the opportunity to work with the kids. And everyone, if you're a teacher, you're still a teacher. It doesn't matter how far you are removed from the classroom. So the opportunity to meet with the students and to work with them was amazing. So our next slide that we have here shows us kind of outside on the grounds of St. Charles. They are looking to grow. So as you know, as a charter school, we're always looking for how can we reach those students and give those families the opportunity and the choice of their school. And that's exactly what St. Charles is doing in their area. You can see that they are outside, they're playing, they're having fun. There's also a huge field on the other side of it. So, if you know anything about charter schools, we're looking for growth opportunities, and that's where they're looking to build on. So being there to help walk them through that, just as we've done with our own school, was a wonderful opportunity. Another really important factor of this school is to be able to get to school, right? It's one thing to have a school, but how are you going to get your students there? And as you can see, maybe in the far back, there's a yellow bus. We were able to help support with our fundraising to be able to purchase that bus for the school, which was the way the students and some of the staff are able to attend, which is phenomenal. They have done a lot of work to be able to get the ground ready in their wet season. It's a little harder some days to get there, so they do face challenges like that. But the opportunity to be able to support them with that, they go through the same hardships that we do. Salaries for teachers, right? And getting teachers there, having high quality. But that's something that Father Faustine was not going to budge on. We will have high quality education for our students. It doesn't matter where our kids are in Tanzania. If they're in the rural, if they're in the city center, they must have an opportunity for education. We talk about it often. It'd be very easy for him to come and move to the States, but his heart is there with those children, and he wants to make sure that they are getting that education just like our students here are.
One of the things that we noticed when we were visiting the schools was all of the schools that we visited were English-only schools. I was amazed. I think they have over 140 some tribes, and each of them have different languages. And then they have Swahili as their language of the country. But in the schools, everybody was teaching and learning in English. And so that was a big focus for them. They had such a pride of their schools. That was the one thing that I took from that was they loved being in their school. They loved being in their uniforms. They took pride in their uniforms. They loved their teachers because their teachers were there for them. They just had a real great community kind of feel. This is a picture of St. Charles with those sweet little kids with their uniforms. And so one of the challenges is at these schools is the cost of tuition. It's like $340 US dollars a semester to go, which includes the uniform, but also they get a snack and a lunch as well provided for them. And many families have more than one child. And so the cost of education and to be able to send your kids to the school like St. Charles was definitely a challenge. Many of the students had financial situations where paying their tuition was a challenge for their families. So that was one of the concerns for us was also how can we help St. Charles with those students who struggle to pay for their tuition for their schools. When I was talking to Father Faustine about the public schools system in Tanzania, he did say they had public schools, but the consistency of education was something that was a major concern. And just the quality of education. And education is so important to the people of Tanzania that they are willing to sacrifice to get to, pay for their children to come to schools that we visited. And so it's a super important. That was one of the things that I took back was that education and going to school was a privilege and not just a requirement, which is kind of a different mindset than I would say that my students in my classroom have. Oftentimes they're like, why do I have to do this instead of I get to do this? So trying to change that mindset, that was one of the things that I was bringing back with me to share with my 5th grade classroom was the privilege that we get to be at Pine Springs. We get to do all these activities. It's a privilege, not a requirement. And so that was kind of like the mindset shift for me, being there at that school and just seeing that in that community.
And that's a really good point, just because when we first went to St. Charles, we literally got there and it was empty. It was a beautiful building, but the classrooms were empty. They had plastic chairs and tables that they literally carried over their heads, and they walked them into the cafeteria where they had some porridge, and that's all that they really had for snack and for lunch. And then they put them back on their heads and they walked right back, and that was now their desk. And that was the only furniture in the whole place. There wasn't cooking supplies, there wasn't a table, there wasn't teacher chairs and desks and things like that. So the fact that, Ms. Harden was able to come back into her own classroom and say, wow, look at all this stuff that we have, even in this room right now. Look at all this stuff that we have. Could we do without it? Yeah. Would we like it? Probably not, right? We wouldn't be comfortable with it, but we ended up going to this school and we sat on the floor. We were knowing that there were scorpions on this floor, right? We knew, well, maybe we didn't know right away, but there were, a lot of hazards and cleanliness issues that we just kind of overrided and jumped right into, and we were happy to do so. So the slide that's showing right now, we were able to jump into the culture outside the classrooms as well. So you can kind of see that we did jump into a safari. We did a 2-day safari in Ngorongoro, yes, conservation, and Tarangire National Park. Yes, I've practiced that real hard. I even have it pronounced right there. Okay, so we went there and it was amazing, right? I could go on for days to talk about safari, seeing the animals up close. It was just, words can't explain it, right? But also, in addition to safari, we were able to jump in to see the Maasai tribe, We joined a traditional dance that was there. We saw how they live in different huts. And mind you, the hut that's in that corner picture there had a fire in the center. There were beds on the side, probably a few bunk beds stacked. There was a goat and some children and zero ventilation. So most of us couldn't even walk in for a second. I know I was like, my eyes were tearing and coughing even just from poking my head in. And this is their home, right? Just a completely different lifestyle than what we are all used to. But it was really interesting to see how they live, to experience the dance, be part of the dance, learn how to be a warrior. All of it was just truly amazing. And then we were able to jump into other places, like on the top middle picture right there, we went into John Paul Rehab Center. This is a rehab center where it houses both overnight and daily for people that have disabilities. Now, these people are coming from their towns or tribes that do not support their disability, either knowingly don't support them or financially just do not have the resources to support them. So this rehab center takes all ages in, mostly children, but all ages in, and they really, this is their career. The woman that runs it is in the center there wearing like the blue shirt. She lives there. She does not get paid. She does not take a salary. This is her life's work, and she's so proud to be there. And just a side note, Holly Springs, there's another person that went to this rehab center and visited with Faustine as well. We made a connection through the Rotary Club with Faustine, and he is, this man in Holly Springs is raising awareness about this center and is trying to collect items like medical devices to help out this rehab center. We also visited a coffee and a coffee bean and banana farm, which was really cool. And we took a hike to see the Maturini waterfalls. And I say hike because we were told it was a walk, and it was not. It was about a 45-minute hike down and then probably an hour and a half back up. I wore white pants. Would you wear white pants on a hike? Probably not. So those are in the trash. So we were able to really experience their culture. They were so excited to show us their area, their space. They really wanted us to see Mount Kilimanjaro, and we were able to get into spots to see it, but their pride in their country was just amazing. I think that's something that I realize that I maybe don't have as much from where I live or where I came from, but I should, right? And when Faustine came to visit this past time, he stays at my house. I felt like, okay, I'm going to show you all the things. Even though you've been here a million times, I'm going to really now show you all the things about my town. Okay, I think I had.
I know time's getting short, but we just wanted to share some of the things that we did as Pine Springs to fundraise to help bring stuff. We had a group of 8th graders actually have a contest. They did a shirt design contest, and they were voted on by a group, and this was the design that actually won. There were many more that were submitted. And so all the students, parents, people in the community actually purchased these, and all those proceeds went to our fundraising efforts to leave funds for St. Charles at Tanzania. And then we're actually doing it again this year as well. So a group is also designing and putting that stuff together. Those funds were able to raise, as you saw down as we getting through, bread. Dr. Faustine wanted to be able to bake bread for the families, for his students, and I believe we were able to help them gather the oven needed, the space needed, the materials and supplies to be able to bake bread for the families of his students, and also to now sort of sell it at local markets, to be able to continue to raise funds locally there for them, and for anything that we can continue to do on our side here, so we can continue to keep the relationships with Dr. Faustine, with the schools, not only St. Charles, but the other schools we visited, to continue to keep those open lines of communication with what are their needs. Things are going to change as they continue to grow. I'm sure, as you all know, as your schools grow, things change. You have different needs. So we want to be there to help them with that growth and continue to put forth the efforts we need to continue to push them along as we continue to change as well, to figure out what can we continue to do for you to support you in your time of need. But you have anything else?
Yeah, I was just going to say, so one of our takeaways was we are all in this for kids, right? So that is our biggest goal, is to make sure that these students feel supported and loved. And in addition to that, the teachers as well. So as they are coming to school, what are their needs? And so we've continued the communication with them. We have a WhatsApp group where teachers are able to ask questions. We've left them with resources, but then also helping to support them on kind of the business side of it, of what is your business plan? How are we helping you to reach families? What does that look like marketing side? You know, there are a lot of different private schools in Tanzania. As we were going around, what is going to set apart their school to reach their area best? And so on this final slide here, Kristen's going to talk a little bit about the next steps for our future trips and then other ways to connect.
Yeah, so thank you guys so much for your time. This was just a little tiny bit of our trip. Obviously, there's so much more that we could say about it. We could talk about it all day. But for the future, we are hoping that Pine Springs can continue trips over there. But at the very least, we are working still with them. We are partnering with them, trying to see what they need, what we need, and just keep the communication going. What I think is the biggest part. We were able to donate Chromebooks there so that they can communicate via with us, which is the hardest part because they don't have electricity and they don't have water. So we were able to leave about $3,000 left for them, but with whatever was left over from our fundraising, we collectively just decided, after seeing what we saw, to give our own personal donations, and we left that with them, and we were able to provide things like the oven, like Corey said, but also a live it's like a smartphone for them, for the school, so they can hotspot to get at least internet so that they can communicate with us. Anyway, I can go on and on. This is our picture right in front of Mount Kilimanjaro, right before our hike. And it was, you can see my white pants right there. They were not white after that. Thank you for your time. If you want to please follow us. St. Charles now has a website, and we have social media, Facebook and Instagram. You can also contact me directly at my email. I'm sure Mr. Friend can go ahead and send that out to you. I'm happy to talk further about how you might want to be involved or just learn more about our connection. Happy to take any questions if there's time. Otherwise, thank you so much.
That was a great presentation, and I'm glad you guys got to have that experience. But I want to say that this renews my faith in Mr. Friend. In fairness, that as a Pittsburgh Steeler, he hired a former Buffalo Bill to his staff, and it paid off. So good. Thank you all for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. And obviously, to say I'm proud is an understatement. This is just four of an amazing group of staff that we have back in Pine Springs and Holly Springs. And the work that they're doing is just beyond imagine when we've first thought of just creating a little charter school in Holly Springs and the worldwide impact. Ms. Fabia did mention that we do actually have a connection with through the Rotary and another gentleman in Holly Springs. And I don't have a date yet, but we're actually putting a massive shipping container on our campus for a project called Crutches for Africa. And so we'll be asking for medical supplies, from crutches to wheelchairs to you name it. Our goal is to fill that shipping container over a period of many months. Hopefully, it won't take many months, and then that container will actually be shipped to Tanzania. So that's just one way that we're going to try to continue. And unfortunately, there's a lot of political unrest right now in the areas that the staff visited, and so we're hopeful that we can take a trip next year. But right now, it's a little bit, I guess the word would be dicey until things settle down. But Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to share the impact that charter schools are having, not just in North Carolina, but worldwide as well. So thank you.
Bruce, can I ask, so during Helene, there were things that like the association did that kind of, put out to all charters in the state or in their group to say, we're doing this for, the schools in Western North Carolina. It might be interesting if a piece of this was something like that to share with other charter schools that you're trying to fill that shipping container, if they want to do something at their school to, give their communities an opportunity to contribute.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Definitely can follow up. And
I see the people that can make that happen sitting in the back of the room. So maybe they can help us do this.
And also in the documents that was shared for this presentation was a really nice write-up that Ms. Blair from EdNC did as well. So but thank you all very much.
Very cool.
So, yeah.
Very cool.
Okay, we're going to move on. And next up is renewal discussions. And Ms. Jenna Cook, welcome back.
All right. Good morning, board. Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools. Just as a reminder to the board, as well as the schools in the audience, logistics for our school presentations today. So I will present the renewal data on the data sheet that's been provided to the board. And then the schools will be invited to give their presentations. Each school has 20 minutes allotted, but that also includes time for questions from the board. So schools are encouraged to leave enough time for questions so that we can stay on track today. All right, so this is our list of schools today. We're going to first start with the first 4 schools all had stipulations on their renewal. So we're going to start with those schools. I gave an update on those stipulations I think a couple months ago. So I'll provide an update now, although not much has changed since that update has happened. But we'll start with our first school, which is Next Generation Academy. So Next Generation Academy is a K-8 school in Guilford County. I have their enrollment listed as well as their historical charter agreements. So they were first given a charter in 2018 and then were renewed in 2023 with stipulations. They have submitted all renewal requirements and participated in the process fully. For their academic performance, they have consistently performed at a D in the last 3 years and have met growth in all of the last 3 years. They have also been on the continually low performing list the last 3 years. You can see their academic comparability to their LEA. They have not been comparable, but if you look at their subgroups, they have been comparable with some of their individual subgroups in the last 3 years. So as far as compliance, I will move to look at their stipulations quickly. This sheet was also provided when I gave the update. So for Next Generation, their stipulations were given to them by the then Charter Schools Advisory Board. Those stipulations were requiring the school to make 2 payments back to DPI, as well as attend 21st Century Grant training and provide this board quarterly updates. They have completed all of those stipulations as required. However, our office has been continuing to monitor the school's financial compliance. They are currently on financial compliance probationary status, and you will get an update on that status. So that status will continue until we get an update from the Office of School Business. They'll provide the update to you in January. And then additionally on the compliance end, the Office of Digital Learning and School Connectivity has concerns about some of their ongoing challenges related to the school's transition to Infinite Campus. And so the school's renewal placement is at 3 years based on their continually low performing status. So at this time, I will invite the leadership and board from Next Generation to give you their renewal presentation.
Thank you, Jenna. As members of the board of Next Generation come forward, just a side note for CSRB members regarding the stipulations, and I think we've mentioned this at prior meetings. The schools that had renewal stipulations the last time they were before us, those stipulations were actually put on the schools by the State Board of Education. This was prior to us becoming the Charter School Review Board. This was back when we were the Charter School Advisory Board. We do have the ability to hold the schools to those stipulations as part of this renewal process or not. That's just the decision that we have the latitude to make. So I just wanted to share that before we get started with the stipulation reviews. So if members of the Next Generation Academy want to come forward, or they want, good morning.
Good morning. My name is David Miller, and I'm serving as the chair of the board for Next Generation Academy. And I would like to say thank you to this board for all of your directions, your recommendations, as we've come before you over the past couple of years. We've taken those recommendations and we've gone back and we've implemented them. We've made changes, we've made corrections, and we've done the things that you've recommended in conjunction with other good practices to improve the position of the school and the services provided to the students. So we come today and we have with us today our board treasurer, Mr. Brian Moore, board member, Mr. John Brown, our CEO and founder, Dr. Sam Misher, and our principal, Dr. Florence. I'm here to present where we are with our academics, also with our finances, and the things that we have done. So at this time, we will continue with the presentation. Thank you.
So we're gonna switch and go ahead straight into finance. I'm Brian Moore, board treasurer, licensed CPA in the state of North Carolina. Just wanted to talk to you all about the last 3 years. So in the last 3 years, we've had clean audit opinions, meaning the financial statements have been free of material misstatement. There have been no material weaknesses, no issues of noncompliance, and no significant deficiencies. We've also been able to have positive fund balance of over $400,000 in each one of those years, as well as positive cash balance of over $200,000 in each of those years, with even $100,000 due from various governmental agencies at the time. We've done that through growth of enrollment. As you can see, we've gone from 407 to 414 to 457, as well as tightening our budget, as well as continuous monitoring around spending, as well as going out and getting grants and whatnot. And so those have been the things that have allowed us to be on a strong financial footing for these last 3 years. Also, would just like to also highlight that we've been able to pay down over $526,000 worth of debt in this past 3 years. So understanding in the past, NGA has had some financial struggles, but we do think that those days are most certainly behind us and that we are on solid financial footing going forward.
Apologize for interrupting you, but could you repeat the amount that you've paid off in the last 3 years?
The exact number is $526,018.
Okay. Thank you.
And what was that debt towards? Is that towards the building, or was that towards the money that was owed to DPI, or a combination of both?
It's a combination. There's loans for equipment. There's some legal settlements that we had in there, playground equipment, the bus, and some security equipment.
Okay, awesome.
So
Awesome.
operating,
Yeah, thank you.
mostly.
So
Charlie.
that all sounded generally positive. A lot of numbers, and you talked real fast. Did you guys provide that? Like, do we have those numbers, or can you send us those numbers?
Sure.
Like,
I'm not sure if
see
you
that.
have them, but we've got the audited financial statements.
Yeah, just kind of a summary of it all, I think, just to, you know,
It's on this.
it's not on the deck. No.
We don't need them now.
No, we don't need them right
follow
now.
up.
Yeah, just in the
No
follow-up.
problem.
Thank you.
Good morning.
name is Dr. Daryl B. Florence, the proud principal of Next Generation Academy. And I just want to talk through the academic story of Next Generation Academy, and I will be following the PowerPoint. Next Generation Academy is a story of growth, improvement, and resilience. And we are continuing that story even as we speak. As you can see from the PowerPoint presentation, over the past 3 years, we have made improvements in many areas. We look at this information, we adjust, we make changes based on the areas that are strong, based on the areas that we see we need improvement. But overall, what you will see is growth in every single area, and that is our story. We do have pockets of where we have to make sure we are providing targeted interventions. And so that's what we do on a daily basis. We talk about what it is that we need to change. We make those adjustments. When we see an area where we are struggling, such as the third grade that you see on this PowerPoint presentation, we make adjustments. We do see upper grade success in terms of proficiency. While our focus is on our growth, we are also doing our absolute best to get all of our students proficient when it comes to the end of grade tests. Over the years, we have seen growth scores as high as 84.7, which was 0.3 points away from exceeding growth, and the lowest growth score of a 77. So each year, again, we grow our students. Our science, which is not listed here, we are actually at 50% with 64.7% for our grade 8 science proficiency. So as you can see, we are on a positive trajectory. I'll go to the next slide. We have success overall, but we also have success with specific subgroups. Again, over the years, we've seen as much as 3 years of growth with our students with disabilities, our Black students and our Latino students, as well as our students who are economically disadvantaged, which makes up a large portion of the students that we serve. To the next, thank you. Our overall composite score, these are our successes. Our overall composite score is on an upward trajectory. We were at 36.8 in 2023, and I challenged the staff that we cannot go any lower. We have to keep on moving up. So each year, our staff has improved. To the past year, we were at 41.7. Now we realize that there's still plenty of area of growth and improvement. However, we are making those steps to grow our students. Again, our middle school, we are new to our middle school. We've just added on the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in the past few years. But as you can see, proficiency in those areas is also very positive. We have outperformed our LEA in some of our subgroups, specifically with our Black students, our economically disadvantaged, and our students with disabilities over the years. And we've actually even exceeded growth in certain areas, like in our 6th grade and 7th grade math, plus our 7th grade reading. Some of the challenges that we are experiencing, we see inconsistencies with some of our grade levels, particularly grade 3, grade 4, and grade 5 in math. And so what we do, again, is we take that information and we make adjustments, which I'll talk about in just a little bit. We can go to the next page, please. Our success stories, again, exceptional subgroup performance. We see major growth in these subgroups, specifically students with disabilities, our Black and Latino students. Grade 3 reading transformation, we notice that this is an area where we're struggling, so we make adjustments in that area. One of the things that we have implemented recently is vertical teaming collaboration. This is actually something that our staff recognize that they would like to see more of, and that is having meetings between grade levels so that we know what's going on in the previous grade level so we can support that instruction in the next grade level. And so those are things that we are doing to, again, make sure we're making improvements in all areas. And we would love for you to visit because we are recently have put in an esports program at our school, which is very interesting, challenging for our students. We've learned a lot in the past couple of years about esports, and we are proud that we have implemented these things because what it does is it builds the whole student. There are actually plenty of soft skills that students can learn in esports that most people are not aware of. There's a lot of money available in esports as well that our students have actually had access to. And it challenges them, not just academically, but in another way that challenges a different part of their brain. So we're excited about that esports program. Our case for renewal, again, academic growth, that's where we are, that's where we've been, that's where we're going to continue. We are moving forward with increasing our composite score as we move along. Strategic improvement and progress. We have implemented new math coaches this year for those areas where we saw that we were struggling. We have brought in experts to work with our teachers. Additionally, we have academic coaches that work with our students on those areas where we know that they are struggling. So we have opportunities for tutoring, not just after school, but within the school day. And then we've talked about the equity focus in our compliance. We've made improvements in those areas in terms of our finances. And then simply, we are a Wise Ed school, so we're future forward programming. We are looking to make sure our students are prepared for their future. I know it's elementary school, I know it's middle school, but as I tell the students, you have to start thinking about what you really want to do now. And we want to make sure that we're in a position to prepare them, not just with reading and math, but with those areas as well. And to the last slide, this is just a glimpse at, our school improvement plan. We do have a plan in place to address every single academic concern. We have targeted intervention opportunities for our students, academic coaches. Again, those are tutors that we have hired during the school day, mostly retired teachers that come in and work with our students. The math and reading coaches for our teachers. One of the things that we do with each and every one of our teachers is we have data meetings with them individually. We used to do this as a grade level. Now we're doing it individually because we want to see, do you know where your students are and what is your plan for making sure that they improve in their areas? Also, we have built in time for intervention, and especially in our middle school, we actually built that into the schedule. So now students have an opportunity to get intervention during the school day and it's built into the scheduling. So to summarize, I said a whole lot, but we are on a positive trajectory. And the plan at Next Generation Academy is to just continue growing our students. We cannot choose who we serve, but we serve the students that we do receive. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Board members, any question you have for this team?
Would one of you give us an update on the compliance issue, that the concern for the implementation of Infinite Campus? Someone just speak to what the concern the office, it's listed on here that the Office of Digital Learning and School Connectivity has reported ongoing challenges related to your transition to Infinite Campus. Is that current?
I think we had the same challenges as everybody else across the state did with Infinite Campus, but we have fully implemented it, and we are really not aware of any other than those ongoing challenges in July up until the beginning of school. We were all
so you feel like this has been addressed then, as much as anybody else is dealing with Infinite Campus?
Because we've not been made aware that we have problems with Infinite Campus.
Okay.
Yeah, we attend the meetings. We have a group of people. They've come to us. Prestige, our financial provider, they've helped us through these concerns, and so
you feel like it's been taken care of then, as much as anybody else is taking care of.
Yeah, we're ready for phase 2.
Cool, great. Thank you.
About for the principal, could you explain more esports, what it is, how it works, and how it has an impact on the learning?
Sure. So esports, we actually have developed an entire lab where students have an opportunity to play. It sounds elementary, but they're playing video games. They're using their hands. What we found out is that a lot of the in the many jobs they use remotes. And so the dexterity that you need for doing those tasks actually are very good soft skills for people in the workforce. So what the students will actually have an opportunity to do is to play video games. There's also opportunities for collaboration. Some of these games actually have to work together, sportsmanship. One of the complaints that we've had against our school is that we don't offer, football, the traditional football, basketball, all those things. And so this is one of the ways that Dr. Misher, said, let's give them an opportunity to exercise some things outside of those traditional opportunities. And esports, we found out as we researched, just has so many different unique opportunities for students.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but those kids play against it's not inter school. They're not just playing video. They're competing against national, international teams that have the same equipment, same opportunities, everything else like that.
Absolutely. We actually had 2 students that competed recently, and we're new. But we had 2 students to compete recently. One won a $1,000 scholarship, another one a $5,000 scholarship. And I asked them if I could have it, and they said no. Okay. But I mean, just something that, is phenomenal for students and experience. And so that's what we have decided to go with. And again, love for you to visit our esports lab. We put it up. We also hired a teacher to actually teach digital design and some other courses related to surrounding esports as well. It just challenges students in a different way.
And I'd like to know 3 specific adjustments you're making to 3rd grade. Math or reading?
So one would be, we have this targeted support for our teachers, where now they are meeting weekly with a coach, a math coach, and they are learning different skills, different tasks, different things to support their instruction in the classroom. This also provides them, and I would say this is the second part of that, an opportunity to collaborate vertically, because it's not just 3rd grade, but it's 3rd, 4th, and 5th, together with this individual. So they get to see what's going on in the other grade levels. The other one I would say also is the data meetings. When we go in with a 3rd grade teacher, they are telling us, whether it's reading or math, they are saying, this is where my students are. These are their data points, whether it's DIBELS, whether it's EVAS, and we are giving them an opportunity to talk through what their plan is for making improvements with those students. We've even gone down to the level where we look at the students and we say, these are the students what we need to put in this particular group, these students, this group, so that we can best support them based on where they are. So those are a couple of things I would say that we're doing.
Couple of questions. You seem to have a positive trend moving on the enrollment side, and the gentleman mentioned that earlier. We're talking a lot about enrollment in here, and a lot of times it's going in the opposite direction. Any strategies that you've implemented that have led to that success?
I think we just have a robust marketing individual to where that we go out and we're on all the platforms, so we're able to reach a lot of individuals around the area. We're fortunate there are 2 or 3 schools within our area that are closing, and so they're looking for additional sites.
Okay.
We have a lot of parents who are coming to us and say, I've heard so much about how you've grown kids, and we want to come to NGA to see how much you are growing the kids. And we've had parents who've been there and said, thank you so much for what you've done for our kids since they've been here, so how much they've grown. And so that's what our big emphasis is, and that's the word out on the street, is that if your kid comes to NGA, you are going to be able to grow, and you are going to be able to you may not be proficient, but you may come in. We've had kids come in EC, lower level, and then do a level 3 or level 4 on the EOG in 1 year. So and there are pockets of that where we have continued stories that we can tell. And we're back to the esports. The esports is really what's driving our enrollment as well. And so we will have competitions. We have students who are ranked in the world. We have one who's like number 5 in the world.
Wow.
And the $5,000 was a 10-year-old who was a replacement when he went to the competition.
Got it.
So,
And what do you do with the money they win?
excuse me?
What do you do with the money the kids win in esports?
No,
Where does that money go?
it's to them.
They get the money?
Yeah, this kid, the 10-year-old got a $5,000 scholarship that can be used when he gets older.
That's a scholarship. Okay.
That's a scholarship.
That's good.
Oh,
And it's
not cash.
but the $1,000 one was different. I think that they were able to use it, but it goes to the kid, not us, to the kid and the family.
Immediately.
I mean, they got the check
That's pretty cool.
Wow.
right here in Raleigh.
My second question, I'm looking at your subgroups here, and there's been some continual struggles with the subgroup of 2 or more races. I'm curious to know what interventions you're doing and how many kids is that, and just what are the interventions around that, if any?
What I'll say first is the 2 or more races compared to our LEA. So our numbers are much smaller with the 2 or more races. And so that's not really a huge subgroup for us. But we, implement the same type of strategies to help them get proficient as we would all of our other students. I think it just happens to be the students that we are serving that are of 2 or more races.
And how many kids is that ballpark?
10 to 12.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes. Yes, I have a question. Can I ask Mr. Moore? I understood you have 3 years of clean and sound audits. So I want to align that with the report that we have that total expenditures exceed total revenue by 1.5 million. And your current asset to liability ratio is 0.69. So I'm assuming that that status occurred after your 2024 audit.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering what's being done to address that.
Which audit are you speaking of?
I'm referring to our Office of Charter School notes concerning your current probationary status. And I'm assuming that's current because it says current. Ashley, if you could confirm that, or
Yeah, so I think
Jenna?
that was from the FY23 audit. And if you look at the bottom bullet from December of 2024, the school is continuing on probationary status, specifically because the ratio comparison of current assets to current liabilities decreased from 0.69 in FY23 to 0.56 in FY24. That's their current standing.
right, so it actually decreased
Yes, ma'am.
since you were on disciplinary status. So you really didn't say specifically anything that's being done to address that, and what your current, status is. This is a place where you don't want to be financially. I think also, just talking to the Office of Charter Schools, maybe sometimes when a school enters that, and maybe they did, that some type of budgeting or reporting would need to be submitted to this board so that we can be on top of it at the time of the occurrence. Because actually their ratio, asset to liability, has declined, has worsened. And so we would want to track that, more periodically than when you come for renewal. And I know you have appeared before us, maybe a year ago. But go ahead, Mr. Moore.
So I can't do the calculations on the spot here for current assets and current liabilities. But from a total liability standpoint, I can give you some numbers that might be helpful to you. At the end of June 30, 2023, we had a total of $1.9 million in total liabilities. That reduced in 2024 to $1 million total liabilities.
Mhm.
And then in 2025, it's $500,000. So we're talking about current, I understand, but sometimes that's timing of payments. We're talking about cash, and we're talking about accounts payable. From a total asset, total debt standpoint, we are in a much, much better position than we were the last time we were before you. I understand if you look at a specific ratio, like current assets or current liabilities, you might see a decline. But from a total balance sheet standpoint, total assets and total liabilities, we are in a much better position than we were the last time we were before you. With positive cash balances, Again, I said 300, 300, 200 with also AR due from other governments. So that's, cash from different places that haven't come in as of June 30 when we're doing our balance sheet. So from a total balance sheet standpoint, I do think we are in a much, much stronger position than we were the last time we were before you. Again, total liabilities of 1.9 million in 2023 down to 500,000. I gave you some highlights of some of those specific debts, but there are things coming on, things coming off. But those were some of the things that we most certainly paid off and focused on. So from a current standpoint, sometimes that's the timing of when we're receiving the funds from the various, state, counties, all that kind of things. So the balance sheet is a point in time snapshot of some of those things and where they are at that period. So I understand current ratios, and that might be one that you were looking at specifically but from a total financial balance sheet standpoint, we have positive cash balance, positive fund balance of over $400,000 in each one of those years. So I get it. But we're trying to run a very, very tight ship, and we don't want to. We've got to educate the students, and with education comes expenditures. And so we might be break even on a year or two, but from a balance sheet standpoint, are we going to run out of cash? No. Are we worried about paying the bills at the end of the month? No. There was a time that we were, and that's why we had so much debt on our balance sheet. That's why we were taking out so much loans. We aren't doing that anymore. You look at a specific ratio, like current assets over current liabilities, sure, you might see a decline. But again, that's going to be timing of payments. That's going to be accounts payable, all those things that move very, very quickly that are going to flip over in a month because you're taking the balance sheet at a snapshot. But if you look at us in total assets, total liabilities, our fund balance.
We'll get a clearer picture in January when the school business and intelligence.
You don't have the the June 30, 2025 financial statements in front of you either. And I think that's also a difference when I come and speak that y'all haven't received that most recent financial statement. So you might be a year or two behind where I'm talking right now. And I think that's probably what's happening.
I appreciate that reply, and it's understood. And I'm glad that your head is in that completely and that you are tracking that. And it makes sense that if you've reduced your liabilities by over $1 million in the last 2 years, that your assets are probably reduced as well because you use some of those in that liability reduction.
Yeah.
So I know you're still tracking that, and I understand you'll have some income that will offset the ratio that we're looking at.
Again, looking at that fund balance.
I just appreciate your reply because it gives me like that well-rounded information of what your eyes are on and what you're watching.
Not necessarily looking at the current ratios on a regular basis like that, because I know that it shifts, and we've got over $200,000 in the bank to pay the bills that are going to be due this month. I'm really not worried about what that current ratio is at the time. I'm worried about, can we make all the payments? We're perfectly fine to do that. Sometimes some of the LEAs and the different ones pay a little late. And we're also on,
we're over time.
I'm sorry. All right. I'm sorry.
Thank you, though. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. Next, we have Rocky Mount Preparatory Academy. They are a K-12 school in Nash County. Their enrollment is listed. They were first given a charter agreement in 1997 and have been renewed since that time. Their most recent renewal was in 2023, where they were given a 3-year renewal with stipulations. They have submitted all required items and participated in the renewal process thus far. For their academic performance in 22-23 and in 23-24, they had a school performance grade of F and did not meet growth. This past school year, they had a school performance grade of D and exceeded growth. They have been on the continually low performing list for all 3 of the last 3 years. But this current year, they are on the continually low performing list, but not currently designated as low performing as they exceeded growth, and that removed them from the low performing list. For their academic comparability, they have not been comparable to their LEA in any of the last 3 years. For their compliance, I'll first review their stipulations. So Rocky Mount Prep was given these stipulations by the state board. They were required to submit have approved a school improvement plan, which was approved by this board. They were required to participate in leadership trainings and conduct teacher trainings on improving academic outcomes. Those have been completed. They were required to meet or exceed growth in 2 out of the 3 years of their renewal. They did not meet this stipulation as they did not meet growth in 22-23 or in 23-24. They did, however, exceed growth this past school year. They have not had any financial compliance warnings, and the other requirement was that they have compliance with all legal requirements. I have marked that as at risk because the Office of Charter Schools has been notified of 2 items, one from the Office of School Nutrition and one from the Office of Digital Learning and School Connectivity. I do want to clarify, even from the last presentation, I have quarterly meetings with what we call the DPI compliance team. Those are members from the Office of School Nutrition, School Connectivity, EC, federal programs. I meet with them on a quarterly basis. I'm specifically bringing up our renewal schools. And then also prior to this presentation last week, I sent all of the compliance information that I understood about the schools and asked for them to comply or revise any of the items. So anything written in the compliance section is accurate as of November 6th last week when I spoke with the compliance team. For the Office of School Nutrition, they've indicated that Rocky Mount Prep will undergo an additional administrative review during this school year due to continued concerns about overall program oversight with that department. Additionally, and similar to the last school, the Office of Digital Learning and School Connectivity has reported some ongoing challenges related to Rocky Mount Prep's transition to Infinite Campus. And then we do not have any notifications of any financial concerns for the school.
Jenna, with that Office of Digital Learning, so we don't have to ask this every time, is that an ongoing issue for multiple schools, or are we seeing, since you sit in those meetings, is it really targeted at just
It's targeted at, so I specifically asked for the renewal schools. So I can't speak for all charter schools, but I was given information on 3 charter schools that they were having issues with. And they were given all of the schools that are going to present to you in November, and they gave me 3 that they are having issues with.
If I may ask a follow-up question to that, are these schools that are implementing Infinite Campus for the first time this school year, or is this from the first pilot year from last year?
I'm not aware. You'd have to ask the school that specifically. The Office of Charter Schools has placed this school at a 3-year renewal due to their continually low performing status. And at this time, I will invite Rocky Mount Prep to give you their renewal presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
We're glad to be here today. Members of the board, guests, we appreciate this privilege. My name is Keen Gravely. I am the serving board chair at Rocky Mount Prep School. This year marks our 27th year in service and education in the Rocky Mount community. We serve numbers of counties surrounding Rocky Mount. Rocky Mount, of course, is 2 counties, but we serve many counties around Rocky Mount. Since the founding of our founding in 1997, we've been dedicated to providing college preparatory education that empowers students to be prepared for higher education or the career choice that they have. Over these nearly 3 decades, we've experienced challenges and triumphs. Through it all, our focus has remained steady: growth, resilience, continuous improvement. And I think you'll find that today's statistics show that continual improvement has been our focus and the result. We remain committed to student excellence and the well-being of our scholars and families. Our head of school, Dr. Heather Collins, has led the school in marked academic, cultural, and climate growth. It's my honor to introduce to you now Dr. Heather Collins, who will share our academic progress, areas of improvement, key achievements, and our plan for continued success. Dr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Gravely, and good morning to each of you. I am Dr. Heather Collins, the head of school for Rocky Mountain Preparatory School. It is an honor to present to you on behalf of our dedicated families, our staff, and our board. Grateful for our administrative team that is here joining us as well today. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our data tells the story of strategic persistence. Over the past several years, we focused deeply on instructional coherence, targeted interventions, and accountability systems that produced real gains. While the full data set is included in your presentation materials, I want to highlight that PrEP is on a clear upward trajectory, particularly in English, language arts, and math, with measurable growth in science. On the following 2 slides, we have tabulated the last 3 years of trend data for PrEP and Nash County schools. While reviewing the comparison between us and Nash, I want to offer a specific lens for interpreting this data. Nash County is a whole district with hundreds of students in each subgroup, and PrEP is a single school with a much smaller subgroup population. The difference in scale matters, but not as an excuse, but in reality that really shapes how the numbers move. When a subgroup has only 10, 20, or 30 scholars, one student's performance can shift our percentage by a notable difference or a notable account. 2 students can change proficiency that could possibly swing our data by 8, 10, or even 15%. But in a district subgroup with 500 or more students, that exact 2 student change barely registers. So the percentages look stable year after year, while ours may appear to jump up or down more sharply. This means that the trends that you see for Rocky Mountain Prep are accurate, but the size of our subgroups influence the magnitude of those swings. It doesn't always reflect the dramatic rise or decline in performance. It reflects the statistical sensitivity when working with our small numbers. When you look at grades 9, 12, our testing summary, the story becomes unmistakably clear. PrEP not only surpassed Nash County schools in the Black student subgroup in the 24-25 school year, but also in prior years. And in those years, we trailed by less than 2 percentage points, often by margins so small that once again, they were statistically negligible. With that said, although our student subgroup numbers are small, every student carries more weight than the data. Even with that challenge, PrEP is delivering competitive and improved outcomes. These improvements are the direct results of data-informed instruction, professional development, and consistent monitoring and alignment to the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. Let's look at where we can continue to grow. So, every thriving organization recognizes that excellence is a journey. And at PrEP, we've identified 3 critical areas for continued improvement. Academic and performance progress. We're pushing from growth to sustained proficiency. We're ensuring that every scholar demonstrates mastery. Staff, retention, and morale. We're building consistency in instruction through improved teacher supports, recognition systems, and leadership coaching. And in school climate and scholar engagement, we're fostering belonging, accountability, motivation through relationship-centered teaching, and positive behavior systems. Each of these priorities drives our improvement plan, ensuring that progress is both measurable and sustainable. Next slide, please. We are proud to celebrate the key achievements of PrEP. Even as we refine, we do have much to celebrate. Over the past year, Prep has had several major milestones. Our school performance grade improved from an F to a D for the 24-25 school year. We exceeded academic growth for the first time in a decade. Let me say it again. We exceeded growth for a first time in 10 years. We launched wall-to-wall career academies in our high school, creating pathways aligned with workforce and college readiness. We achieved full AVID implementation across middle and high school grades, embedding writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading into our daily instruction. We reestablished our PTO and reignited our family engagement. Through Scholar Accountability and Framework and our PBS systems, our disciplinary incidents decreased by 10%. We expanded our career and technical education from grades 5 through 12, giving our 8th graders access to hands-on pathways for the first time. This is evidence of our community working together for student success. Now, as we move forward to the next phase of our work, our plan for improvement centers around our 4 key goals. The first one, academic growth. Increase our proficiency in ELA, math, and science with focused supports for our students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged students, and our English learners. Secondly, instructional excellence. Strengthen the practices through evidence-based instruction, PLC collaboration, and targeted coaching. Student supports. Expand our MTSS framework for academic, social, emotional, and behavioral success. 4, our data-driven decisions. As we continue to utilize EVAS, our NC check-ins, and our formative assessments to drive instruction and our level of accountability. Next slide. Thank you. Our key strategies, again, to fully align our curriculum to North Carolina standards, we have found that our targeted tutoring and our after-school programs are very effective. Our quarterly professional development, which focuses on literacy, math, and culturally responsive practices, and our monthly data reviews with leadership and board team to help maintain transparency and responsiveness. These structures will sustain our positive momentum. Now, I came with the mindset to ask for a bold 5-year renewal. I know that we will be blessed with a 3, but I came to ask for 5. I feel as if Prep has demonstrated the resiliency, the responsiveness, and the correction to all systems needed to ensure that we continue to serve our community for another 27 years. We are committed to growth, academic excellence, equitable outcomes for every scholar. And so we thank you for the opportunity to present to you today.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Questions from board members or comments?
One of the big questions I have is how has the economic development in your county had an impact upon the school, upon families, as well as business? How has that economic?
Are you familiar with Rocky Mount?
Yeah, my mom and dad are from there.
Rocky Mount has been a community of 55,000 people for the last 20 years. Rocky Mount struggles with the matters that you just raised, bringing in new industry. As a writer for the New York Times in my youth, I wrote a story about Rocky Mount, using it as the dateline, if you understand what I mean. And it, at that time in the 70s, reflected a big, massive move from the Northeast, New England, of different industries, particularly in the knitting area, to the South, because, well, frankly, labor was cheaper and unions were not so constricting. Rocky Mount boomed. All of those businesses are gone. They first moved to Mexico. for about 2 or 3 years, and then they moved to China. Rocky Mount has a struggle in the economic area. So how has that impacted us? Well, first of all, we don't have a growing student population. Again, my personal experience is that in the last, well, I worked in Nash Rocky Mount schools for 14 years. And when I started, there were 18,400 students in that school system. When I left, there were 16,000 some students. So Rocky Mount is struggling with population growth and industrial growth. How that affects us, I think your question was, how does that affect us? I think it's clear that when there is not robust economic growth, there cannot be also robust economic growth of students and of families. Our students are facing the challenges that many shrinking or non-growing areas face. It's one of the reasons that we emphasize 2 things for our graduates. One is, well, 3 things: excellence. We don't believe anybody goes anywhere without excellence, really. Number 2, college preparation, or you could call it trade or different career choices. That we want all of our students to be thoroughly prepared for the career that they want and to be able to succeed. That's our response to that need. Does that answer all of your questions?
I think it does. One of the things that I don't see, and that is some spotlights on some of your successes, particularly as it relates to students.
Could you repeat that? You don't see a spotlight?
I don't see you sharing some of the positive things that have occurred with some of the students who have been able to overcome the challenges in that environment. And it would be nice to include that in your presentation.
Thank you. May I answer and say, exceeding growth is a real good pointer to general academic success.
Get a clap on that one.
Thank you. We celebrate our growth, and in an effort to be consistent with what has been requested of us in the presentation, there's a lot that we have omitted, not because we're not proud, but because of time constraints. And so let me be the first to offer and extend to each and every one of you an invitation to come to 3334 Bishop Road, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, to see the great things that we are doing in Rocky Mount Prep. Our high school principal, Dr. Wallace, is with us, and we can showcase to you our relationship with Nash Community College, our relationship with Wesleyan. We have over 20 scholars enrolled in dual education programs. We had 12 scholars this year for the first time participate in the apprenticeship program at Nash Community College, which landed 2 of our scholars with full-time employment opportunities with the city. Our scholars are continuing to do great things in addition to building businesses, entrepreneurship opportunities, and continue their education. Our scholars graduate with their associates before they attend their high school graduation. And so we are very, very proud of the great work that we are doing, along with the volunteer and the community activities that we seek. We also do lunch with engineers. And so our scholars and our school has developed a partnership with Cummings and many of the factories in the areas that do remain, so that our scholars can get opportunity to speak with engineers, get training and development in order to move into those careers. Hopefully that gives you a little bit.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments? We have 5 minutes left.
Just a couple of academic questions, and I feel like I have the right person here. You seem to have had some success, and you pointed this out, with your Hispanic population. How many Hispanic students do you have? Percentage, ballpark number is fine.
Our Hispanic population is small. We have about 10 Hispanic students
In the entire?
in the entire school.
And so, thank you for that. And your enrollment has gone down a little bit, and that, you mentioned just any context for that?
Yes, sir. So in previous conversations here at the Office of Charter Schools, unfortunately, there was a statement that was made that scared our community. There was a statement made that insinuated that Rocky Mount Prep was going to close. And when that statement was made, it went and hit the newspapers. And so we had a mass exodus from our families that were afraid that their school was going to close. And so they found additional placement for their scholars. Once all of the matters of prep were handled and situations were closed and prep was found to be in compliance and there were no other concerns, there was nothing to retract that statement from this particular meeting that caused our community to fear closure of their school. So therefore, we have had to launch new marketing campaigns and opportunities to reach out to families and school districts to let them know that prep remains strong and prep remains present to educate their scholars. So we are working every day to increase our enrollment. This year, we did move up to 61 scholars in our school. So we are slowly reclaiming our population, but we were impacted by that particular meeting that day.
Thank you for that context.
Yes, sir.
And how many Black students do you have in the school? Ballpark percentage, fine.
Population of Black students is about 97.5%.
Okay. And you've had some struggles there. Any context? I'm just saying, compared to the LEA, a little bit lower, 12%, 7.4%. And just anything you care to share?
Yes, sir. Our focus in raising our academic growth was first to handle our disciplinary matters. We are a charter school and we educate who we receive through our lottery. And oftentimes the perception was you sent your scholars to prep when they were not able to succeed anywhere else. And so we had to provide discipline, structure, and supports to scholars that were coming in with social emotional challenges before we could meet them academically in the classroom. Once we put those structures in place, enhanced our family engagement meetings, and provided our teachers with supports on positive behavioral reinforcement, restorative justice practices, we were able to keep our scholars in classrooms much longer, in seats. Our suspension rates went down. Therefore, we are now able to educate and prepare them to learn and for the test. And so that has helped us tremendously in making sure that our scholars are in school, they're learning, and we don't see nearly as many behavioral issues as we did when I first started.
Final question. I realize I might have sucked up to 5 minutes, but what kind of support are you getting as a leader? Because it seems like you're doing a lot.
I have great support. I have a wonderful board that has engaged. We participate in workshops and we ensure that as a head of school, that I am given the necessary resources to make the school successful. I am grateful for my partnerships with other head of schools and superintendents that serve as advisory to me. I do trips, I visit other schools to see what other people are doing, to see what can be added to prep, if we can add it, if it's going to work, if it's not going to work, to get ideas and suggestions. And so I'm grateful for the support that I have. And thank you for the time card.
Thank you.
I'd like to say, Dr. Collins, thank you for a great presentation. And you articulated some of the challenges when dealing with statistical data, which we discuss here as a board from time to time with that subgroup information. Thank you for articulating that very well. I have a quick question. If you have just a number on if you have teacher attendance or student attendance challenges, do you know that percent?
So every day for our scholars, we have about an 85 to 87 attendance rate daily for scholars, which to me is low. It's a challenge. And then for our teacher attendance, we have about a 95% teacher attendance rate daily. So we've done extremely well with teacher attendance. Yep. Did not get a chance to address the compliance issues, however, if you need more information, please feel free to call me.
Thank you so much.
Just also before we get started, since this came up in the last presentation, you guys will get a full January financial presentation, which is Next Generation spoke about that. We don't have their audit information yet. And then if there's any questions about notes or compliance data that we're getting in our office, we can also reach out for more information if you need that.
Okay, next we have Zeka School of Arts and Technology. Zeka is a K-8 school located in Onslow County. We have their ADM listed for you there. And then Zeka was first given a charter agreement in 2013, and then they were renewed in 2023 for 3 years with stipulations. They have submitted all required items for renewal as well as participated in the process. For the last 3 years, Zeka has earned a school performance grade of D. They have also met or exceeded growth in all 3 of the last 3 years. They have been on the continually low performing list the last 3 years. This past year, however, they are on the continually low performing list, but not on the low performing list because they exceeded growth. They have not been comparable to their LEA in the last 3 years, but have some subgroup comparability with students. As far as their renewal stipulations from 2023, like Rocky Mount, they were required to submit and have an approved school improvement plan. They were required to participate in leadership and teacher trainings, and they have completed those items. They have also met or exceeded growth in all of the last 3 years, and they were required to do 2 out of the last 3. For financial compliance warnings, they were recently notified in October that they have been placed on financial noncompliance cautionary status for signs of financial weakness, including declining membership. Their ADM has decreased by 10% or more. They do have a very small population, so 10% for this school would be a small number of students, around 100 students. So we're talking 10 students, but either way, their ADM did decrease by 10% or more. And then for compliance with all legal requirements, we aren't currently aware of any current compliance concerns with the school. Megan, but can you scroll down for me? Yeah, but they have had some compliance items, but all of those items have been closed within the time frame allowed. So nothing current on the compliance end. The Office of Charter Schools has placed the school at a 3-year renewal based on the renewal guidelines based on their continually low performing status. And at this time, I will invite Zeka to come give you their renewal presentation.
Good morning. Just a reminder, we have 20 minutes and that includes time for questions.
So thank you guys for the opportunity to come and share our updates with you. I have with me my fiscal director and my board chair and vice chair and one of my board members. So I am Dr. Stacey Owens Howard, and I will just briefly share with you some of the things that we've done over this 3-year period. So if we can go to the next slide. So when we got our renewal with the 3-year stipulation, we set our path to say that we were going to focus on math. We was doing really good at the time with our reading. We had already changed that from a F to a C status, so we knew we had to maintain. But that continual F that was occurring with the math, we said we wanted to do some stuff with teacher pedagogy, getting our teachers to understand how to teach math a little better for our population. We did that, and you can see in those trends that our proficiency in math is going in the right direction. With science, we were also very healthy in our science grade level proficiency. The last year, we only tested like 20 students, so we really didn't get a number in EVOS for that because we didn't meet the number tested. But I took what we did test and I added it to the chart here, but it shows that we're still pretty healthy with getting those 4s and 5s in our science area as well. We also said that, I've already explained to you in previous years about the population that we serve in terms of having to meet the whole child and all of the things that we have to clean up because we get those students that are cast out from other schools and they come to us so low. So we were always focusing on growth. That's why we maintained that. So last year we were like, okay, we need to get this proficiency up a little bit and we need to get our career and college up a little bit. So you will see in those trends that we were able to get more students to reach those 4 and 5s, and our students that were on those borderlines 2s, we were able to get them up to the 3s. So our trends right now is pretty good. Next slide. When you talk about grade level compatibility to the county, although we're not within the 5 point difference that the rules state, you can see that over the years we have been closing that gap. Because if you look back in 21, we were like 30 points away. Now we closed it down to 19. So each year we are making double-digit growth, like 10 to from 7 to 10 points of growth with our grade level proficiency. So we are working to close that gap of compatibility. When you take it down to the subgroups that we focus on, which is our Hispanic, Black, and our economically disadvantaged, you can see with that data over the last 3 or 4 trends, we've been scoring either within the 5 to 10 point difference or outscoring even with our Hispanic population. So with the subgroups, we're staying pretty toe-to-toe with what the district is doing. So I want to jump over to our gross because we were able to, at the time of our renewal, to receive IPG funds. So as we've always had a plan of how we were going to work with our population, it's just with limited resources because, as Jenna said, we always had a small number of kids. We had to do it in stages. When we got the IPG grant funds, we were able to expedite what we were doing. And we were able to now put a lot of pieces that we had planned out over a long period of time into place so that we can get the results faster. So we know that we've become that master of architect of that learning environment. We had to do a lot of stuff with culture. So we have come in and we have created an environment where teachers and our students and our leaders can get better. Teacher efficacy was something that I struggled with at one point, but now our environment feels so good in terms of our buy-in from teachers. Our teachers, as you can see, the last time we was up here, the whole staff came with me, but our teachers are now 100% participating in our school values and our norms. We continue to do more with less. We still have to focus on the whole child. We still have to, go a little deeper than just the academic side of the house, but we know that we are turning our students into great scholars, even with the small amount that we have to do that with. Our teacher training program is top-notch. All of our teachers get 200 hours of professional development. So, we're a 4-day school. So every Monday they are working some type of professional development that's aligned with our mission and our model. And they're having a lot of time to be able to have those opportunities to do co-teaching with each other and that kind of thing. So knowing that we get those passionate teachers, but yet inexperienced with dealing with the environment that we have, especially in the nature of education right now, where you have a lot of teachers that are coming in backdoor and they're not going through those teacher training programs. We decided, we had to become the teacher training program. So we have to get you up to speed to what's going to work for our environment. And we figured a formula out to that, and we're doing great jobs with that. And then I am blessed to work with a lot of national partners. They're not in it for the money because I certainly don't have the money with the population. I have to pay them what they're worth, but they're in it for the mission. So I have some national folks that come to our campus monthly, work with my teachers via Zoom weekly. So they have bought into the mission and the vision of changing us, and it has been a marvelous experience to go through. But with that, we do have challenges because I can talk all day about our excellent things that we're doing, but I'm never going to forget the fact that it's hard to work at Zeka. It's very hard to maintain the daily energy that is needed to keep the emotions and things to make sure that teachers are confident in what they're doing and students are confident in what they're doing. But we know we work at that and stay on top of it. We also know that another challenge is we have a formula. But sometimes when you have that formula and you bring in new kids that don't know the Zeka way, we call it the Zeka way on campus, it'll make you start thinking, is this working? Should we try something different? Should we go in another direction? Especially when I'm bringing new teachers on and they're having to learn the Zeka way. It's very challenging to say, nope, stay with the program. Don't jump on nothing new. Don't want nothing new. Just stay with what we're doing. It's going to work. And just maintaining that balance. We have a triangular effect. I hold my parents accountable as well as my teachers, as well as the staff. So because of the population that I serve, this is a population where you normally wouldn't see parents involved or they wouldn't come out to trainings and things like that. We put a training program in place for our parents because it doesn't matter what we did on campus. If they go home and don't have that same follow through or that continuation to help what we're doing, it would slow down the process. So our parents come to monthly trainings. We had to build relationships with parents to get them not to be fearful to come into the building, to come to those trainings. But just keeping that whole, the triangle fully engaged, that can be a challenge sometimes, but we definitely continue to work on that. And then in terms of our current enrollment landscape, I think 3 years ago, I shared how the community around us just one day shut down. All the houses everybody was put out, and a company bought the apartments. Was going through a rebuild. I didn't realize that I knew then if I could hold on and get past the rebuild, we should be okay. But then they got in a bunch of legal stuff and with the city, and that's taken a little longer than we expected. So and then I put 110% of my energy into changing our narrative because too when we were told that we weren't going to close down and that was said loudly, and then when it was overturned that was said quietly, and people still have we're closed in their head. So I didn't focus on marketing for enrollment at the time. I focused on changing the narrative. I needed to get the test scores up. I needed to get things in place so that I can have something to market. So we just sort of hovered around the kids that we had and tried to make that work. But it did come with a consequence because as she said, we're on, got the non-compliance warning. So we know we're doing some things now to focus on enrollment, but we have a story we can tell. It's still hard to go back and take away the last thing they heard from a third party source because it doesn't matter how much you come out and say it. If they don't hear it from somebody else, they sort of stuck on you're this bad school. But we're working on the branding now to get the enrollment up. And we just know our intention to stay small so that we can change it had an impact. And we'll take that hit for right now. But our next steps, we're going to continue with our model. And I provided you here a copy of our model. It's 4 major things that we're doing with our student engagement. We want to all kids engaged. We want a no call on one model where we don't just call on one student. Every student has to be engaged at all times. So their cooperative learning structures are in place. We're using AI now with creating DOK questions and DOK with our units guides that we have. If I get a teacher that's inexperienced, we're training them on how to use AI the appropriate way to help you get a lesson in place that's going to be at that DOK 2 and 3 level. We're still with our A+ school, so we're still with using A+ to engage our students, and we still know that we're the trauma. I am the trauma queen in Oslo County. So the real approach is a model that we developed, and we know that we have to flush out those traumas. So we're still continuing to do those things. And the further out circle will tell you the actual initiatives that we do. I'm not going to go in those. So I know, we are up for 3 years, but I do want to boldly ask for 5. And I say that because with the low performance, when I met with my federal folks to say, what I got to do to get off this list, that's somebody just make sure I understand this. And then she told me about the Part A and Part B. In Part A, we've been continuously meeting. I've only not met the year we opened and the year after COVID. But Part B was the career and college ready portion. We got to meet those goals. And right now on the federal side, she said over 97% of the state right now, good or bad schools, A or B schools, are not meeting that requirement. So we're still working on career and college, but that's what's holding us on that list. And we already know that we are, from the state side of the continual improvement, we are up there because of the first 2 years we exceeded, and we're tracking to exceed this year so we can clear that. So with 3 years, it just puts you right back up here going through this process again without having the real time to do the work. So we're hoping that we've done enough to say, can we have some time to just do the work? We still want you to watch us. I still want you to question me. I still want you to hold me accountable. But 5 years might make the community feel a little bit more safer with saying, yes, we know Zecca's turned around and we can start back being involved with them. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation and the updates. Couple of questions. Since you were here the last time, has there been any changes in your board, in the board members, or is it still the same board?
Still the same board.
Okay. And remind me, I can't remember, are you providing transportation to families or not?
I have one, I say 1.5 bus. I have one regular school bus that goes across the district, and then I have a small 14 passenger bus that will go in the outskirts and do like a hub stop. But yeah.
What is your what would your capacity be? Like if you were at full capacity in the space that you're in, what would that look like?
And I could probably get about 200 would be really tight. 160 to 170 would be more along where I can be and not have issues with facility.
So you're currently at where are you right now?
Right now, today I'm at 85. When they did the first ADM, we were at 81, but some kids have come in since then.
Okay. You know, I know you don't need me to say this, but that's a threshold that gets us a little uncomfortable. Yeah. So
we ended the year at 96. So like she said, it was just a few kids that issues with leaving, but we understand that. And now again, marketing is something that we're going to have to do now, but I had to do some other stuff first so that it would make sense in the community, because people would drive by after that closing thing. I had a pastor drive by and yell out the car. He was like, "Hey, Stacy, get those test scores up. We don't want you to close." That's what it was. People was known to do, and like, well, come in here and help us. Come, mentor and volunteer instead of just yelling at me. But really, it is something that the community last heard, and so I needed to change some things so we can go out with another story.
Yeah. So this isn't a question. This is just a comment, and it's unsolicited. I had a chance to visit the school the last renewal cycle and saw firsthand, both the successes and to be frank, the challenges as well. I think that the minutes may bear this out. I don't know. I think I was the only member of the CSAB who didn't vote to close you. And I'm not saying that as for a pat on the back. What I'm saying, that's how this school was close. And that was, I think, the recommendation that went to the state board. So thank you for the work you've done since that time. And it does take a lot of work to sort of rebrand yourself, and we recognize that. So thank you just for the hard work that you and your team are put together. Yeah.
For recognizing it.
As includes on that as well for me. Would you name some of your national partners?
I sure will.
Wherever you're teaching.
I will. So Dr. Jesse Jackson from Best Man Inc., he does the drama portion for us. My IPG partner, Dr. Tia Glass from Good Seed, she does the cultural responsiveness portion of us in the curriculum. Dr. Janet Hill, if you ever took a curriculum course in college, you probably used the textbook that she wrote. Her business name is leaving me at the, Tasha, what's her business name? Curriculum Decision. She comes out of Arizona. She handles all of our curriculum mapping and taking teachers through that. And so like this year where I've had to use some combination classes with my unit guides, she comes in and she helps to merge them together and let teachers understand like what you have to get, those skills you have to make sure you get so that we can be successful with the dual classes. Did I leave one out? Those are the 4 national folks.
Who's the 4th one?
Hill, Dr. Jackson, Dr. House, thank you. Dr. House comes in and does all of our math with us.
And which state is Jesse Jackson from?
He's based out of Texas, but he travels across the world now, and that all of them travel across the world and international to do their trainings with schools.
And the Good Seeds person?
She's based out of Charlotte,
Okay.
and Hale is based out of Arizona, and Howes is based out of Atlanta. But they all travel to schools everywhere.
Let me say how refreshing it is to have someone stand there and own the fact that, yeah, man, we were about to close, but that wasn't the story. We're going to rewrite the story, and we've got some improvement we have to do. And I think that's why you're going to start getting results instead of coming and having an excuse for why things were the way they were, or blame someone for why things were the way they were. You guys owned it. You created plans. You got a process in place. And I hope to see the trajectory keep going in that way, if that's what you continue to focus on. So thank you for, owning this, grabbing it, creating a plan, and moving things forward.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. Safe travels back. I think we're going to take a break and try to stay on track. So we'll come back at 11:05. 11:05. Okay, I think we're going to reconvene at this time. Before I hand it back over to Ms. Cook, I do want to make a statement. I want to make sure people don't think I'm trying to squash questions or conversation. We've got a very tight agenda today. As a matter of fact, this room is being used after our meeting wraps up at 2:05. So hence why I'm trying to really keep us on track here. Otherwise, the next group's going to be late and we don't want to deal with that. So, all right, with that, Ms. Cook, welcome back.
We will continue with Paul R. Brown Leadership Academy. Paul R. Brown is a 6 through 12 school serving students in Bladen County. You can see their enrollment for the last 3 years. They were first given a charter in 2013 and were renewed in 2023 for 3 years with stipulations. They have participated in the renewal process thus far, turning in all required documents. Their academic performance, they've consistently performed at a C in the last 3 years, and then met growth in 22-23, also in 23-24, and then exceeded growth this past school year. They were on the continually low performing list in 22-23, but have since exited that status and have not been on the low performing list in the last 2 years. They have been comparable to Bladen County schools in 2 out of the previous 3 years, and you can also see their subgroup comparability. As far as their stipulations go, they had their school improvement plan approved. They participated and have completed all leadership and teacher training. They have met or exceeded growth in all of the last 3 years, so they've met that stipulation. As far as the financial compliance warnings go, they were on financial noncompliance in January of 2024 due to a late audit, but that has been since removed, and they are not currently on financial noncompliance. And then for their any other compliance items, they've closed any items that are on that list, but are currently, we're one of the schools that the Office of Digital Learning and School Connectivity has reported with ongoing challenges related to their transition to Infinite Campus. The Office of Charter Schools has placed Paul R. Brown at a 7-year renewal due to meeting or exceeding growth in all 3 of the last 3 years, and they are not on any low performing lists. So at this time, I will invite Paul R. Brown to give you their presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jason Ray, the superintendent of Paul R. Brown Leadership Academy. I still here 3 years ago, and I was given some instructions. And the quote may not be perfect, but I was told in 3 years, Dr. Ray about to be the young man standing behind that podium when you guys come to renew.
Let me say another thing also. I remember you standing there all by yourself and there wasn't anybody standing behind you. And we said, man, you aren't the only one on the hook here. The board is, and look at today. So it's good to see everybody here.
Yes, sir. And I introduce who's here with me today. We have Ms. Minnie Price, our board chair. We have Dr. Cox, our vice chair. We have Ms. Randolph, our secretary. Mr. Drummond is a board member. Mr. Scott, a board member. Dr. Wells, a board member. Mr. Stewart, a board member. And we have with us, get everybody? Okay. And we have with us Dr. Caldwell, who's our consultant for the last 7-8 years, at least. And we have Dr. Ray Female Type, who's our HR and finance director. First slide, please. So this is our middle school grade efficiency scores for ELA, middle school math, and science 8. So this only covers the 24-25 school year for 6, 7, and 8 grades. And of course, we had a new test in science this year. And the disadvantage was 2 disadvantages: new test, and they did not get opportunity to retest. But they did meet growth down the stretch, as you'll see later, but 25% for our science scores. So we made some adjustments with our matrix for middle school. So we normally test the last 5 days of the school year because we had such a small population, we could do it in 1 or 2 days. But we also found out that we start testing the first day of day 10, that we can test them and retest them before school goes out, and that growth also counts. So we had to make some adjustments with our schedule for this school year. So that's going to be a huge difference for our middle school. We kind of had some struggles, as you see on the slide, with the sixth graders, but the eighth graders came through in both ELA and math. Next slide. And this is our growth slide for the last school year for our middle school. It shows the time and the areas that we exceeded growth, for the first time in our school's history. And we had a conversation about that during our welcome back retreat in June. So we talked about, it's a hard pill to swallow when you have a school that's been in existence for 12 years and that have never, ever exceeded growth. I mean, that's something that you really got to lock down there and focus on and stay committed to doing. And when we're trying to understand that if everyone meets growth in that area, you have a better opportunity of the school overall meeting growth. But when you have one area meeting growth, one area missing growth, it's a hit or miss. And we kind of experienced that my first year. We had almost every area to meet growth, and then one was so bad, not meeting growth, that it pulled everybody back to not meeting growth. And so we had to do some soul searching, some thinking to make sure that we were headed in the right direction. Because I always tell the staff, growth is something you can hang your hat on. I mean, if you're a school and you're struggling and you're not meeting growth, I mean, that's something that you really got to decide, are we doing the right thing for kids? Next slide, please. So this is our high school courses. And those are some very strong numbers. Our biology, English 2, didn't score as high, but again, new biology test did not get a chance to retest after the first test. So we made those adjustments for English 2 also. And if you recall, for those that was on the board 3 years ago, we talked about having our foundational classes for math do 2 semesters of foundations. And you can see the results. I mean, the first round, we got about 35, 40%, but then you pick up another 4 or 5 and you immediately jump to 71%. So we're very pleased with that. We don't test our 9th graders. This is probably it's actually our biggest high school population, because what we found was when the students show up in the 9th grade, they're already mad they got to be in a military school. So you got to fight through all those things to get them to start learning. And by the time you do that, the semester's halfway over. And they probably still got attitude towards you, so they don't want to do their best. So we kind of use the 9th grade for foundational years. And then when they come in the 10th grade, they take Math 1 the first semester, and they get an opportunity to retest at the end of the second semester, as long as we don't put them in Math 2. So that's been the plan, and that's been our success. The same thing with Math 3. These are our first groups that go through a full year of foundational courses and then have to take the EOC. So we're very pleased with that, because we know English 2 scores would count this year because we already got enough students in that category, more than 30. We haven't reached there in Math 1 and Math 3 yet, but as we continue to increase our population, that day is coming. So we got to have a plan in place so we don't build all these scores up and then have a plan, then we get the category, they drop down, and then we're back in front of you saying, we're struggling again. So the plan is to build as we go along, as we're doing, so when the time comes, when 30's in those categories, we won't feel like we're being overwhelmed with the math scores or the high school scores. Next slide, please. And again, this is our math growth. Now, I was able to put all 3 years on for the high school scores. And you can see in 2023, our EOC Math 3 did not meet growth. But after that, every year. And also for the biology to have a brand new test, and for the Math 1 to exceed growth was something huge. I mean, we're very proud. And I would tell you, I don't do the work. The teachers do the work. They're the ones in the classroom. They're the ones with the lesson. They're the ones putting up with students like that to make those things happen. My job is to make sure everything goes according to plan. So we got our SMART goals, and we put them out. Again, the SMART goals go out every day, every morning, to all the staff and to all the students. And our SMART goals are very simple. The first SMART goal is to increase EOC performance grade by 5% and to meet expected growth. If you think about that, that should be something for every school. But that's our number 1 SMART goal. Our second SMART goal is teacher attendance and student attendance increased by 3%. Because we found out if you're not there, students ain't learning. As far as the teacher, if students ain't there, absent, that's going to cause an issue when it comes time for the EOG, EOCs. And our third SMART goal is to take our resources and use them responsibly to increase and improve student teaching and learning. So this is our growth for our high school EOC courses for the last 3 years. And that looks pretty good. When you look at it like that. Next slide, please. So this is our middle school performance. You probably say, why you got middle school performance and not high school? Well, as I said before, we haven't had enough in the high school category for an account. But when I showed this slide to our teachers during our welcome back retreat, I said June, but it was in August actually. We kind of talked about what a perfect continuous growth looks like. 3 points, 3 points, you may get a bump somewhere, 3 points, but eventually you're talking about 3 points over 4 years, that's 12 percentage points. And that's a lot. But you're not going to get it all. You have to be patient. A lot of our staff left when I first arrived because we were down in the 20s and they didn't want to fight that battle. But those that stayed, that's the results we have. I mean, every year you look at it, you just increase slowly, but continuously. The next year we do expect our English 2 to be a part of our performance grade. But I think we're going to be okay with the adjustments we made with our matrix. As I talk to the staff, sometimes it's more, it looks good on the surface. Like when you look at the data, but there are things behind the scene that you got to do to ensure that the continued success happens, like adjusting the matrix as the rules change, or making sure that you do, if kids are not being successful after 1 year of foundations or 1 semester, so you add another semester. And to do that and still graduate students on time, because that's what the parent's going to ask. If my child don't take math 1 until the 10th grade, when does he graduate? Well, you take 10th grade and 11th grade and you do 2 to 12th grade and the student graduates on time. And that's what the parent really wants. The parent wins, the student wins, and then Paula Brown has success with their performance and their inner course testing, because at the end of the day, parents don't really care about Paula Brown being successful. They care about their child graduating. They don't care about performance grades. And any administrator has to know that and has to understand that. So that's how I looked at it. We came up with a plan where everybody would be satisfied. We can grow, continue to be successful. And I want to keep coming back to you guys getting beat up every year or so. But that's okay. Next slide, please. That's it. So I will have Ms. Price come up to say a few words, our board chair. She's real shy, but I asked her to have her say some words, Ms. Price. Here she go.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. Good morning. My name is Minnie Price, and I'm chairman of the board of directors for the Paula Brown Leadership Academy. And I want you all to know that we took our charge to get our school intact seriously. We made sure that we had 100% attendance at our board training. It was mandatory. Every mandatory training session, we had 100%. If the person could not be there at the original meeting, we scheduled makeup sessions for them to come to get the training. All new board members have to schedule an appointment with Dr. Caldwell so that they can get caught up on the training. And also, we know that we need to have a working knowledge of the policy making and the oversight of the operation of the school. We are not trying to micromanage the school. Dr. Ray's doing that. He's doing a very, very good job. He plans his work and the staff works his plan. And as you can see from the data, it speaks all for itself. Thank you.
Madam Chair. So anyone who has visited our school, I know a couple of guys from the charter school board came a few years ago because we asked, to come, look at our school, look at our students, can see the discipline that those young students carry. And when I first arrived, my first thought was, if these kids can do this, they can do anything we put in front of them. We just got to make it a priority. And that's what we decided to do. Our school theme for the last 3 years was do what matters most. Do what matters most. And I heard a lot of feelings, students, parents, and teachers, but for 3 years, we had to do what matters most. That means moving the needle, because to me, nothing else mattered. I couldn't come back in front of you guys with the same story about not being successful. I mean, only thing that mattered was, increasing and improving. So to those that came to visit, we thank you for doing that, because I think it gave our staff and our community, motivation that you guys wanted to see us be successful. We split our middle school classes to make them smaller so we can have better teaching and learning, but it also gave the opportunity to grow, because now you take 30 kids, put them to 15, you can still put 30 in the class, so you got a chance to grow, increase your enrollment. When I met with you guys, and I think that 3 years ago, it was probably maybe 115 students in our school. Now we're over 260, and running out of bus space, because we're trying to get kids there, but we're not turning kids back. We're not doing that because we got to have that funding. I mean, everybody knows you got to have the funding to be successful, but we're also moving into a 2-story building around our campus for the high school. Ms. Price had it renovated, so we're moving into that in the second semester because, frankly, we have no choice. I mean, with so many kids in the 2 buildings we have to separate the high school and middle school. So the high school will be moving to their separate building in January. So, Sir Chair, that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you so much for the presentation. We have a few minutes left. Any comments or questions from board members?
Anybody that's watching out there, my mic's not working. Any board or school that's out there that may be watching, or if this gets in some sort of minutes where people can see, if you don't think leadership matters, that's what turned this school around. And then the other thing that matters, I think number 2 is governance, right? And so you see a united front at this school between the board governance and trusting the leadership at the school to do the things that they're asking them to do. And you start getting the results. I mean, if you look at that board chart of where the composite score is just doing this, I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse here, but we don't do enough of this. Anybody that's a continually low performing school and you've not been to Paul Brown to find out why they're getting the results they are, now's the time. Like, you should be calling to sit down with this board and with this administration to find out how they're getting the results that they're getting. So I'm so glad to see that you guys are doing what you're doing. And this, again, another reason why charter schools exist. You guys are doing things for kids in this community that hasn't been done before. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This night. And the flags. Ooh. Junior ROTC at the State Charter Schools Conferences.
Yes.
Bar none.
Congratulations. Just a quick comment. This is, as my colleagues were saying, this is a heck of a turnaround story. One thing I didn't hear you say was any blaming on the context or on the kids. You took full responsibility, and that is refreshing, and it shows not only in your results, but in your enrollment. As you said, I think nothing succeeds like success, right? So those communities and those neighborhoods, they all talk, and they all know when a school's doing well, and they will flock to a school that's doing well, and they will leave a school that's not doing well. So congratulations to all of you. You showed a lot of leadership and a lot of personal responsibility for what you're doing. So good job.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say I've visited the school. In fact, I was with you at the county commission meeting when you got your grant. And to my fellow board members, we almost closed this school down. I mean, you were that close of getting shut down. And I remember you coming by yourself. And that one time, and it's amazing. And Ms. Price, you are amazing. Not only has the school turned around, but I've seen a board chair that didn't know what to say at one meeting to a board chair that knew exactly what she wanted to say. And your board, thank you.
Yeah, I was one of those people that visited.
Yes, sir.
When you guys were in Perham, and I happened to have some ties to the Bladen County community, and And some folks reached out to me, and Dr. Ray and I spoke a few times about how to help turn the board's ideas around as well as the school's ideas around. And you guys have done a remarkable job. And we to go from 3 years with stipulations to be recommended at this level at 7. I hope it happens over and over again with other schools, but it's very rare today. Great job.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations as well. Question I have for you is, you have a pretty equal distribution of demographics in your area of students. What do you attribute to that?
Well, actually, sir, Paul R. Brown serves 5 communities. So we serve Bladen County, Cumberland County, Hope County, Columbus County, and Robeson County. And we also got somewhere from Moore County and Whiteville City. So we actually up to 7 now. Although those are one or two students, but we still bust them in. And our biggest population is, of course, African American, but we have a high population of Indian descent from Robeson County and around. So we have a real melting pot at the school. So it gives opportunity too for us to have different, cultures in the school to kind of move forward. But the good thing about it is those kids have to request to come there. So they want to be there. Their parents want them to do better. And that's our charge, to them.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Caldwell, thank you to you too, by the way, for your assistance with the school.
Yeah, I'll just wrap up. Great presentation, great work. Glad to see the board members here. I get to say this for the first time this renewal cycle. Thank you for putting your minutes on the website. Known for that. I'll end with this. Dr. Eldridge and I were talking about you in Houston, Texas last month. And of course, you probably didn't know that, but we were at the National Charter Authorizers Conference, and we attended a session where they put you through an exercise, and it's basically, here's all the data about a school. Would you keep them open or close them? And we're like, golly, this is, we know how to do this, right? And, but all they provided was data. And we were very uncomfortable because data is important, but there's more to a school than just the data. And we specifically mentioned your name, Dr. Ray, as an example of a school that was on life support. And the data would show the decision's easy, shut it down. But you came in here, as Ms. Kakadelis indicated, and you inspired hope in us that given the chance, you could turn this around. So I share that example because that's a real example. We actually did that in that session, and we said, well, then you guys don't know Paul R. Brown and the importance of leadership beyond just the data. So thank you for the work you've done, the work of the board, and while we're not voting today, very impressed. So thank you.
Sir.
Yep. I think we're ready. That's right.
All right, next is Concord Lake STEAM Academy. They are a K-8 school in Cabarrus County, and they have their enrollment is listed there. They were first given their first charter agreement in 2016, and then were renewed in 2021 with a 5-year renewal. They have submitted all required renewal items and have participated in the process fully thus far. In the last 3 years, they've consistently performed at a C and have exceeded or met growth every year in the last 3 years. For their they have not been on any low performing status in the last 3 years and have been comparable to their local LEA in 2 of the last 3 years. You can also see that they have been comparable in all 3 years in many subgroups listed. The Office of Charter Schools is not aware of any compliance or financial concerns for the school, and the school has been placed at a 7-year renewal due to meeting or exceeding growth in all 3 years and being comparable in 2 out of the last 3 years. At this time, I will invite the board and leadership from Concord Lake STEAM to give you their renewal presentation.
Good morning.
Chairman Friend Board, good morning.
We're still in morning time. We got a couple minutes. So thank you for having us here today. My name is Dr. Matthew Hayes. I serve as the North Carolina State Superintendent for Charter Schools USA and supported the next two schools that you're going to hear. We have a couple board members I'd like to introduce to you before we get started. James Fonseca, who is also our board chair and also our treasurer, is here. We also have Pashawn Love, who's one of our board members as well. And then the two principals, then we also have Claire Porter, who serves as the Deputy Director for School Compliance and also for support. And then the first principal that you're going to hear from is Rebecca Feliciano at Concord Lake STEAM Academy. We just want to say thank you so much for your opportunity to come before you today and have this presentation. So thank you.
Good morning and afternoon to you, because we're about to be in afternoon. I am Rebecca Feliciano, and I am the proud, blessed, and honored person to stand here today in front of you to represent Concord Lake STEAM Academy. I have been at Concord Lake STEAM Academy since January of 2020. I have served in the role of Dean of Academics, Assistant Principal, Testing Coordinator, and now Principal. I also served in the capacity of actually helping open Concord Lake STEAM Academy when I worked on the state team for Charter Schools USA and helped them open in August of 2016. So I'm about to meet my 11 years of being with Charter Schools USA. Concord Lake STEAM Academy, you can see our mission up there, but we stand with our mission of relentless commitment to student greatness in school and in life. We stand with our values of purpose, passion, integrity, and grit. And we stand with having strong minds and good hearts, not just for us as staff, but for our students. I actually use strong mind, good hearts as a callback for kids in the cafeteria when I have middle school lunch duty and say strong minds and they shout out good hearts. So it's a fun little callback that we use as well. So we implement it throughout the school day too. Throughout the slide, I want to talk about the history of Concord Lake, and you'll see wonderful pictures. I love this little girl on the slide, Kennedy. She is a current second grader for us. And Kennedy represents something special at our school because she is one of 33 staff students at my school. So within my K-8 school, I have 33 students that are brought to us that are from our staff that teach. And that is something valuable to us because we represent family. Right now, we currently are the #1 charter school in Cabarrus County and the second best school in the city of Kannapolis 3 years in a row. When I started at Concord Lake STEAM Academy, the enrollment was only 385 students on January 1. Right now, as of November 12th, yesterday, we are sitting at 869 students. We have had a gradual increase year after year of 100 to 150 students. This allows us every year to learn and grow, but it does bring challenges that I'll share later, but we continue to push through those challenges and find new ways. When we submitted our self-study, we submitted 5 goals for the year. To increase school-wide proficiency with incremental change of 2 to 3% over the years, financial stability with needing no contribution from our EMO, and for enrollment to increase by 5% every year, which we currently are at. Some of our grade levels are at capacity and we can't take any more for those grade levels. And we're moving close to being at programmatic capacity for our building as a whole. Lastly, it was to have a minimum of 60% licensed teachers with a goal of 100%. We are currently sitting at 76% licensed teachers. And lastly, so important, our student wellness. And you can go ahead to the next slide. Thank you. As you can see with the trend over time, we have worked consistently with fidelity with a data pulse around driving student outcomes. Our school-wide grade level proficiency percentages are all increasing over the years, except for last year, we did have a drop with the new science standards. This is an opportunity for us this year to review and adjust with our science classes and the use of a style curriculum to align to the North Carolina standards. We're doing more applied learning with labs, and the teachers are internalizing the new standards with their professional learning communities to make connections and break down the standards. When looking at our performance grade history as a school, we have set goals every year. In 2022, our school goal was a 55%, and we achieved a 57. In 2023, we set a school goal of 60, and we achieved a 61. And in 2024, we set a goal of 65, and we achieved a 64, and that 1% haunted us all year. We talked about it. In 2025, we did set a goal last year of 70%, and we achieved a 63. Over the years, we are going to continue to set our goals, and we still have that pulse on this year trying to meet the 70%. School-wide in all of our subject areas, except for science last year, again, proficiency has increased. From 22 to 25, in math, we have gone from 44, 47, 55 to now 59. In reading, from 22 to 25, we have increased from 54, 55, 60 to now 61. And in science, from 22 to 24, it has increased from 66, 71, and 79, but we did have a drop last year to 64. We have also made improvements with providing our students with more advanced options, especially our 8th grade students. With our Math 1 students, we are currently sitting at now 14 students in our Math 1 cohort, which is 27% of our 8th grade population. And next year, we are planning to add more opportunities for those students. You can go to the next slide. Here you will see, comparing ourselves to the state in the last 3 years for reading and science, we have met or exceeded proficiency. And in math in 2023, we were 6 percentage points under, but the following years in 24 and 25, we met or exceeded the state. At Concord Lake, we do serve a significantly higher EDS population than Cabarrus County Schools, which has now qualified us for 2 years in a row to serve all of our Concord Lake students with free breakfast and free lunch. Our EDS percentage in 24-25 was 64%. And even with the higher EDS population, we have met or exceeded the growth across our subgroups. Outside of gifted students last school year and our white students in 23, we have continued to meet or exceed our similar districts in our subjects every year. Our school demographic has been changing over the years. When I first started at Concord Lake, we had a really good 30-30-30 split between Black, Hispanics, and whites, and then others kind of being the 10% population. We are now sitting at more of a 50-20-20 split with a higher population in the Black community. And with this change, we have had to adjust and figure out how are we going to adjust ourselves to support every single student that is coming to us. Go to the next slide. Thank you. Some of our academic goals that we have for ourselves are increasing overall school proficiency to the 70%, increasing growth outcomes for students to 85 and getting back to exceeded growth, and improving our SEL supports. To improve our academic goals, we have set up in our school a school-wide Excel sheet. On this school-wide Excel sheet, it has all the students' prior data. It holds the EOG scores, our NWA MAP scores, benchmarks, NC check-ins, and our M-class reports. All the students on this sheet are also labeled by their subgroups, their IEPs, their 504s, ML, and AIG, and we also label if they are a new student to Concord Lake. This helps us align our work to supporting each individual student and review subgroup data information. On this sheet, it also helps us project where they are going to fall for the end of grade test. We also use the EVOS data report to see what the projection is from the state to make sure that we are meeting those students where they should go. The teachers use this sheet in their weekly PLC meetings to discuss items around planning, monitoring, and data analysis. Our leadership team members complete weekly walkthroughs to discuss trends that we are seeing in the building. Some of our school-wide things that we expect teachers to do are a learning strategy that we use school-wide. So we are trying to implement kindergarten through 8th grade students seeing the same word for a teaching strategy, right? Because when we keep and maintain the students and they go from grade to grade, they're not relearning a new strategy like cubes or rubies. So as a school, we have chosen one school-wide strategy that they will see in all of their content areas and modified year by year from kindergarten to 8th grade. We do the release model of the I do, we do, you do, small groups, and differentiation. To improve our SEL supports, we have a full-time student services coordinator who is also a licensed clinical social worker associate. Our student services coordinator participates in morning classroom meetings and has check-ins with certain students and individual groups to make sure that students have what they need as far as communication skills and meeting any of their emotional and social emotional supports. As a school, we stand on practicing the 4 Bs every day. And we say them in the morning and we say them in the hallway when we see students passing. And it's be respectful, be kind, be safe, and be responsible. We also have implemented a monthly virtue because we want our students to not only just be academically sound, but are they having any virtues? In our monthly virtues, we now incorporate that with the students are picked from their class once a month that have that virtue. So last month was consideration. For the month of October, with it being bullying month and all of the things, we use the word consideration. Go to the next slide. Thank you. Some academic growth areas for us. An area of opportunity based on our data is third grade reading. In 2025, third grade reading had the highest proficiency within our school, but we did not meet or exceed growth in third grade reading. We have now since departmentalized our third grade team based on teacher strengths using their EBOS data. We have also started utilizing the NWA MAP conditional growth measures as a space to differentiate instruction by student need along with our data tracker. Another area of opportunity for us is 6th and 7th grade reading. When we looked at our cohort data and trends, those were the two cohorts that did not trend in the positive realm for us for 6th and 7th grade reading. However, those two teachers now are working very closely with our curriculum resource teacher, would also be known as an academic facilitator in their professional learning communities. Students in our middle school in particular have a 7-block day. However, they are scheduled based on their needs, not their wants. So if a student needs more academic time, they may have a double block of ELA or a double block of math, and then still get an elective and course option for themselves. But we do look at students and see where their needs are, and we do have one-on-one meetings with students in their PLP times, which is their personalized learning plan, to talk about, hey, if you get to a certain point and you show us your growth by end of quarter 2, their second semester may look different than semester 1 for them based on their academic needs at the time. For community engagement this year, we have started partnerships with our Brooklyn Robot Foundation because we are trying to get more into the community than we already are. We also have started an after-school club with soccer for our K-5 students so that they have participation in sports and athletics as well. And we also have become to a point where our middle school has grown so much that we've actually had to have cuts at our tryouts for sports, which some kids are like, oh my gosh, this is happening. Yes, we had to make it happen. Our sports have grown to, we have girls volleyball, we have co-ed soccer, cross country, girls and boys basketball, and co-ed flag football. And you're looking at the proud soccer coach. So I had to let people go, and they had to run up to me and say, Principal Feliciano, why am I cut? I'm sorry. And so yes, they had more questions than I could answer. Enrollment at CLSA has continued to rise, which is an amazing thing. However, we have had a high influx of students with EC services. We currently have 109 students with IEPs, and with December 1's headcount, we are going to have 111. This is about 13% of our student population. Over the years at Concord Lake, we have gone from having 1 self-contained classroom to now 3. This also is a issue with our programmatic capacity of our building with how many classrooms we can fill, because those self-contained classrooms can only hold about 12 students before they have to open up a new classroom. At this time, in order to manage all of the IEP goals and make sure students are getting what they need, we are partnering with a vendor called Emergis, and they ensure we get highly qualified EC teachers in to support these students on a daily basis. Also, with the increase of enrollment, it pauses an opportunity every year for us to welcome new families, but we have to teach them to the CLSA way and the things that we do. No buses. So how does arrival and dismissal work with 900 students coming in and out? It's a process. It's a process not just for the kids, but it's a process for the parents. We talk about the personal learning plans for students, and we talk about how on 2 days in the month throughout the year that they don't have school, but these are conferences scheduled for the parents to come in and meet with their students. Through this time, it allows us to reflect, be consistent, and move forward each year. So I come here today, last slide. We have asked the Office of Charter Schools to change our comparability to Kannapolis. Right now, we are being compared to Cabarrus, but we do sit in the city of Kannapolis. With that change, we could possibly be a 10-year renewal based on that information. And at Concord Lake, we are requesting a 10-year renewal because we have done the work over the last 5 with the improvements. We continue to grow academically, but every year I watch these teachers push higher and higher for their goals. The relationships that are built within the school community from the students, the staff, and the parents and guardians. At Concord Lake, I witness greatness every day. The students thrive, they show up, and through some of the hardest times. We have had some very hard times over the past year. We lost a staff member in February, and we actually lost a student last school year. And then through those times, my staff still showed up, my teachers showed up. When we attended those funerals, it was a community show up. And these teachers deserve it, the students deserve it. Our elective teachers go over and beyond is a celebration for our school. Our elective teachers push in and help in success time. So when students go to their elective classes, they know that these teachers are not just their elective teachers. They care about them academically and beyond that as well. Watching my staff attend professional development and dive into students' data every day is a win. Each year, our school gets bigger and better. We most recently had our Hispanic Heritage Night, which is filled with food samples from families, our students wearing Hispanic garments and learning Hispanic songs, and singing them at the event, learning about Hispanic heritage at school, and so much more. We still have our Winter Wonderland, our Kannapolis Parade, our Black History Night, and our EOG Carnival events still to come this year. It was a pleasure today getting to share all the greatness that I have been able to be a part of at the school since it opened in August of 2016. And I invite every single one of you to come out to one of our upcoming events and to witness the amazing Blastastic community in Kannapolis, North Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation and the success that you guys are having. I do have a clarifying question for the Office of Charter Schools regarding the difference between the 7 and the 10-year. If I'm reading the data sheet correctly, they've met or exceeded growth each of the last 3 years. They've been comparable to the LEA2 of the last 3 years, and then comparable or better in subgroups to the LEA for 2 of the last 3 years. So am I reading this correctly that the reason they don't fall into the 10 recommendation is that on our rubric, it goes back to that 22-23 school year when they were 7 points below the district at large, and then about 6 points below for a subgroup of white students. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. How many of your students actually live in Kannapolis? If they weren't at your school, they would be in the Kannapolis School District.
Majority, probably like 40%.
Okay. Thank you.
We pull kids from Cabarrus County, Kannapolis County, and Rowan County.
Thank you so much. We have a minute or two left. Other questions?
I don't have a question, just 2 recommendations. First, well, not a recommendation, your EC student population growing tells me if you want to look at it from a 10,000 foot, that you have a safe space for that population because those people talk. And if you're delivering what those students need, you're going to see that. And there's challenges that come with that, but that should say a lot for the staff and the teachers that are working with those students because again, those folks talk and they're going to take their kids where they're safe, right? The second thing I'd like to say is if you're not a member of the association or if you're able to, this is just a recommendation. That data sheet that you're talking about, there's a lot of people in this state and nation that get data and have no idea what to do with it. And so if you guys have a formalized process of how you collect that data and you use that, unless there's some proprietary ownership on that spreadsheet, I would love to see you guys doing a presentation at a conference somewhere that's showing how you use that data because there's not enough people that are paying attention to, I collect it all, and then it goes on a wall or in a book and then we don't do anything with it. So to be able to share that process and show how you use that data would be well received. So just a recommendation.
Bring my line. I'll be happy to come.
Any other comments or questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you so much. Safe travels. Yep.
All right, next is Iredell Charter Academy of Arts and Sciences, a K-8 school located in the Iredell Statesville School District. You can see their enrollment listed. They were first given a charter in 2016 as well, and then were renewed in 2021 with a 5-year renewal. They have submitted all required items for the renewal process and have participated in the process thus far. For their academic performance in 22-23, they were at a school performance grade of C and did not meet growth. And then in the last 2 years, they've been at a performance grade of D and not met growth as well. They have been comparable to their local LEA in 2 out of the last 3 years. And then additionally, you can see that they have been comparable with some of their subgroups in the last 3 years. And then for compliance and financial standing, the Office of Charter Schools is not aware of any outstanding compliance or financial concerns at this time. The Office of Charter Schools has placed the school at a 3-year renewal based on their continually low performing status at this time, even though they do have some comparability. So at this time, I will ask that the board and leadership from Iredell come give you their presentation.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for this time. My name is Dr. Lopresti. I'm the principal of Iredell Charter Academy. I've been fortunate to lead over the past 10 years. When we opened the school in 2016, we had 330 students. This year, we have 840 students. Within our community, we used to have cows that would graze in front of our property, and now we have complexes and student walkers. We are part of the community in Troutman, North Carolina. We live up to our mission, academic potential, data-driven, personalized learning plans, community and family collaboration, art, science, and a nurturing atmosphere. As stated in the renewal form, we are an extremely inclusive school. We are the Mighty Panthers. We have a committed team that shows up every single day for our students. Our promise is building strong minds, good hearts, and the core values of purpose, passion, integrity, and grit. I'd like to thank Jenna Cook and Brandy Gill for their renewal support. We had some action requirements based on that site visit. One was our mission statement. We worked with the charter school office to ensure that it has been updated to our school identity of the arts and science. In addition, we had some concerns with our transportation issues with our families and the vendor. This year we have a new vendor and we have 0 complaints from our parents. Another concern during the site visit was to ensure that our teachers are updating correctly and in an informed way for our parents. With Infinite Campus, our teachers have extra layers of support so that our parents know exactly where their child stands. We also heard from our families. They love the small community school, and we hope that we can preserve that feel in our growing school culture. Next slide. Some achievements for us over the past 3 to 5 years. Our enrollment has continued to grow. 613 in 2022 and 844 this school year. With growth, we recognize that there are challenges in the student demographics. For example, in 1 year, we went from 30% economically disadvantaged to roughly 60%. Another change that we've seen over the last year we had 200 students in our middle school. This year we have 240. We're seeing a trend that parents are choosing our school based on the small school feel. Our electives, our arts, our science are a very robust sports program. We have robotics, science, culinary, forensics, leadership, art, science, and theater. Also reflecting on our data, with an increased enrollment, we must continue to hire and recruit talented teachers. This year we're at 80% certified teachers. We have a strategic plan to our hiring. We want our teachers to love students, but also to understand our identity. While you'll notice that there has been an increase with EDS, we know how important it is to work with our students and families. We work with many agencies within our community, Rainbow Kids of Iredell Hospice for grief. This year we will be a grief-informed school. Next week, our teachers are going through the process so that we can offer those supports for our families. In addition, we have Life Stance that comes 5 days a week for mental and emotional support for our families. We have Food for Days to ensure our students are fed over the weekend. And we continue to work with the Dove House to ensure that there's appropriate relationships. And the Dove House is part of the police department in Iredale. They work with our 1st and 5th grade students. We have a very strong group of parents that also help us with our sports program. With an increase of enrollment, our budget is stronger. One of our goals on the self-study was to maximize our grants. We have 100% maximization of our grants. We have title funds, IDEA, rural grant. We also received Title III, Title IV. Last year, we received $10,000 for our outdoor learning space. This year, we received Drums Alive from the North Carolina Art Council. And we also received 2 years of 100% funding for the A+ School of the Arts. Our rural grant will help support our families. As you can see in the data, the core academic data summary shows that there are trends. There is continued work to do. As our school grows in enrollment, we're striving to meet the needs of all students. Parents are actually asking for a high school, but we're not there yet. we love our K-8 school. Another win for ICAS this past year, we met growth for ELA and for math. We actually had a 12-point gain in growth points from 55.6 to 67.1. We were literally 2.3 points away from meeting growth. Using this data, we recognize we need some pivots. For example, our Math 1 scores historically perform very well. This year, a third of our 8th grade students are enrolled in Math 1 classes. That's 20 out of 66 students. We want to prepare them for high school. Our science scores, we've seen the decline. We recognize that. We hired a new 5th grade and 8th grade teacher with backgrounds in science. We also have a curriculum that aligns more closely with the new standards and testing. Our science spaces at ICAS, our outdoor learning space, and all of the resources will increase our science scores for next year. Moving on. In our renewal data sheet, ICAS has been comparable to the district for 2 of the 3 years. In addition, we have outperformed in the following subgroups: Black, English learner, Hispanic, 2 or more races for the past 3 years. In addition, we've been comparable to the district for the following subgroups: economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, and 2 or more races. The 2 subgroups that we need continued work with are Asian. We have 17 students that fall into that category, and white students as well. I want to, on this screen, you could see a deeper dive into our data. These schools have more of a demographic, 57% free and reduced lunch, like ICAS. If you could see with this sample size, we have met or exceeded growth across most subgroups. We consistently exceed performance for Black, Hispanic, ELs, economically disadvantaged, 2 or more races. Hispanic, 2 or more races, and MO, we consistently perform over the years. As you can see, there's 2 categories where we did not meet growth: white and economically disadvantaged. Based on the federal designation for our school, TSI, students with disability, is an area of growth for us. We have 14% EC population, which is actually at a reduced rate for our school. This year, we celebrate having a full staff of qualified EC teachers. As the demographics change, we have to change the way we reach our students, how we deliver the instruction to meet their needs. Again, we are very inclusive at ICAS. Move on. As we added to our school improvement plan, our achievement goals are as follow: 56% for ELA, math 50%, math 100, science 70. Our EL progress last year grew substantially, and this year we also would like 43% as a goal. To meet our goal, we are refining and improving our PLC process with our teachers to have pre, during, and post work, models of coaching, modeling of standards. We want to connect more with our families to provide them the resources for home learning. We've added the art integration as a 2-year school with A+ School of the Art. We're moving away from an art-based school to an art integration school, and we've seen more engagement, and that is the growth that we've seen this past year. In our self-study, we also have 2 more goals. One was the financial goal that I talked about, 100% grant utilization, and then 100% program capacity by 2027, 2028, with a large wait list. Moving on. To meet the goals, we have action steps. One of the action steps is twice a year, we have a master schedule analysis where we do a deep dive in our master schedule to ensure that we're offering acceleration and remediation for all students. We work with our state team and ensure that we're maximizing our time here on campus. In addition, we've added a member to our instructional leadership team, and we are increasing the number of walkthroughs in our classrooms. We're looking for conditions for learning. What do the classrooms look like? The management, agenda boards, anchor charts, word walls. And then we're also looking for the structured teaching and learning elements. Are students doing the heavy lifting? What school-wide strategies are they using? Is there a gradual release? We have weekly leadership team meetings. We look at data, our walkthrough, we track data. Tomorrow we have our second data day with our students. They will update their personal learning plan with new data. They'll ensure that every child at ICAS has a school champion, so they'll ensure that they're meeting with their school champion and maybe revisiting the goals that they set. We inspect what we expect. We are continuously monitoring our student performance. To add engagement, again, we are in year 2 of A+ School of the Arts. Tonight we have one of our theater productions, Cinderella, and tomorrow, and then in the spring we have Mary Poppins. That's always a 2-year theater every year. Our students went to the Catawba Center to dissect animals. We're always ensuring we're giving them opportunities. All of our students have an art portfolio at our school. We have art shows, music, talent shows. We've placed in art competitions. We have our second robotics competition. We too also stress the virtues. There's nothing wrong with hard work and perseverance and kindness. So we celebrate Panther of the Month ceremonies with our students. We have art, robotics club, tap dance, battle of the books, spelling bee, and French club as well. We love our teachers. Again, 80% certified. We're striving for 100%. We partner with Moreland University and use our title funds to support staff in certification. We have a lead teacher, a mentor, a coaching cycle, and we ensure that they are getting the support that they need. We were recognized amongst 80 schools as a great place to work by supporting our teachers and staff. And even on our site visit, they recognize our culture at ICAS. We meet with our teachers 1 to 2 times a week for PLCs and even team huddles to ensure that they have the support they need. ICAS has over 3,000 plus stakeholders, students, families, board members. We are a community school. Our parents visited our school for K-8 student-led conferences to build healthy habits of setting goals. Our surveys are always high for safety. We have an SRO with the town of Troutman. We work with the police department, the fire department. We do it all to ensure everybody's safe on campus. And the last slide. These are our celebrations. So we celebrate once a week. We ensure that our parents see all the awesome things that their children are doing. Our soccer team won 2 years in a row for their competition, first place in the conference. Our 4th grade student, she designed the I Voted sticker for our community. We visited nursing homes, and we're creating a partnership. We'll visit them over the holidays with our music and theater students. We have a culinary class that uses our garden and uses the vegetables and herbs to learn about all the location of where food's from. We celebrate virtues. We have a 5th grade student ambassador program, and they actually came with me to the Art in the Park in the town of Troutman. We are an inclusive community school. And We have big dreams that we will continue to meet here at the school. I love our students, our staff, our families, and I strongly ask that you consider a 5-year renewal so that we can next year fill our school at capacity, engage our families, connect with local agencies and community supports, add arts, science to our community. The team at ICAS is incredible and shows up every day to rally around our students. Thank you to the Office of Charter Board. Please consider the 5-year renewal. I look forward to bragging about ICAS in the next renewal visit.
Thank you so much. Questions or comments from board members?
I just have one question. How are you working with law enforcement?
So our SRO is part of the town of Troutman Police. So they actually come on campus, the sergeant comes. They do some of their training on site as well, but he's actually very vital part of our safety during the school day. And then in the summers, like I said, they do walk through safety checks. If we have questions, for example, the Dove House was an agency that they actually referred to us. So they work closely. Also with our truancy, we watch and monitor our attendant very closely.
You said you had, I think, 17 Asian students? 17? You didn't say how many white students you have.
I'm sorry, what?
White students?
Yes, so we have for white, 401 students. Hispanic, 168. Black, 166. 14% EC, and students with disabilities, 58%.
So that minus 12.7 in the white subgroup is really what's hitting you the most. So what do you account for that?
So we account, but we have two ways that we looked at it. First is our aggressive monitoring of student, and then the second is ensuring that they have the resources at home.
Actually, what I was asking was, I'm sorry to interrupt you, is what do you attribute that 12.7 gap to? What's causing that, do you think?
The gap as far as the data for
Yeah, like them being behind the district 12.7 points.
It's a larger district, but yes, so again, it's the monitoring, making sure that they're equipped with everything that they need. We do have students that when, for example, the 40 students that joined us in middle school, we do receive students that have large gaps. And so we use aggressive monitoring, tutoring, parent support. We know that a lot of our students have needs that need to be addressed so that they can learn fully at our school.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, hearing none. Thank you so much. Yes, safe travels back. Okay, so it's 12:10. Our next session is after lunch with Cross Creek Charter School. Just the time, is Cross Creek here by chance? Do we know? Okay. Okay, I was just thinking if we might move up, even if it was 5 or 10 minutes, but
We'd keep an eye out for them.
yeah, let's we'll gauge it and say let's wrap up lunch at say 12:50. And perhaps we can get an early start on the afternoon sessions. Yep. So we'll break till 12:50.
I could have gotten one. I'll have brown stories today. You went brown stories. I'm always waiting for your order. Wanting the favorite the fall, but they were out. They were out. I want to learn that they have like. Yeah. I love it. Actually, I was thinking about my box when I went to add my grandma's. I know, we're having the thing. Yeah, 7%, but. Okay. So. So that's the. Okay. Or I can be somebody that I knew. Yeah, yeah.
year, our end of year score is 45.6. And you can see that there's a slight cut from last year, year before last of 53.4. For our math this year, our school performance grade is a 51. Last school year, 53.8. And then our science for this year is at 38.5. Last year, 57.1. This past school year, we were at a D. The year before a C, and the year before that a D. And if you take a look at our growth data for this school year in math, ELA, we met expected growth. In math, we exceeded growth. And then in science, we did not meet, but overall, we did meet for growth. Our enrollment data will show you this year we have 407 students. Last year, 402, and the year before that, 402.
On the next slide, we see about the subgroup performance data and our comparison with local schools. Now, I believe it's important to note the Cross Creek Charter School is a regional school that serves beyond Franklin County. We have a number of students from neighboring Warren County, a couple from Wake County, and then some from Vance County. So as you look at our scores with comparison to schools in our area, Laura Mill Elementary there in Franklin County, our closest school, was a C school. Franklinton Middle, it was a D school. Royal is C. Cedar Creek Middle is C. We're also unique in that it's a K through 8 school. By comparison, the other schools have their scores being either grades 3 through 5 or 6 through 8. Ours, of course, are comprehensive of all the tested areas, grades 3 through 8. And that should explain a little of how our scores came about with that.
Our administrative team, along with our leadership team and our teachers, have definitely delved into our subgroup scoring. We know that that is an area that we definitely need to work in. With our Hispanic students last year for student achievement, this year for student achievement, we were at a 34.8. And I'm not going to read all the scores, but I do duly note that we have some work to do, guys, and we understand that, and we are putting processes in place to ensure that our students are moving and to become proficient. And so, again, we have this in our slide, and we know that you'll take a look at the information, but I don't want to just read it to you on the screen.
Central, if we look at the next slide, please, central to the Cross Creek way of learning, which is what we term our education system, is levels of mastery. And I believe this certainly ties into student achievement in that there's a distinction between traditional grades and levels of mastery. If you take a traditional grade, if a student receives, let's say, a 50 or a 60 on a math test, and that is merely averaged in with other math scores, that student is not going to show the type of progress that a student will show if they've demonstrated mastery of the topic. For example, if a student doesn't do well on a first math test, the teacher then reassesses what skills are necessary, reteaches the material, and then allows the student the opportunity to then demonstrate mastery. It is that mastery level that is recorded on our report card. We call our report cards Student Quarterly Assessments, SQAs. That is a crucial and a very distinctive part of what we call the Cross Creek way of learning. That is levels of mastery. The other is that our motto is active learners and responsible citizens. There's much more to school than scores, although scores are certainly important, but learning good citizenship, learning good manners, learning to be good, responsible citizens in a world today is something that we're quite proud of. We're very proud of our students' conduct, very proud of our students when they've gone on to high school and to other places. We have many of our students that go to early college. Finally, one of the distinctives of Cross Creek is that we do project-based learning. This is something even John Dewey back in the 1920s said, you learn a lot more about learning a subject by doing it rather than just reading about it. That's a fundamental concept of historic education, and we've modernized it for today, project-based learning.
Okay. At Cross Creek Charter School, we are central to Cross Creek Charter School's academic approach, again, with levels of mastery. For the 2025-26 year, we introduced the levels per standard, and the levels were based on overall subject performance, goal, academic process as a result of focusing on all subgroups. Okay.
One of the increase that we need to see the most, of course, is that in mastery of science. And in pursuing this mastery, we've implemented the new DPI recommended program of the STYLE, my apologies, which introduces more rigor into the science curriculum and allows certainly that project-based learning to become part of achievement. So the STYLE program, which again is something recommended by DPI. Looking at our next slide, once again, you see the Cross Creek Way and success stories. I'll do the first. Athletic department, part of being a good student is learning good citizenship skills as well as teamwork and that sort of thing. And so our athletic department has had some good success in a fledgling new athletic field of competition. Our students just attended the state Cross Creek Country meet for the very first time. Very proud of that. In the music department, something that gives me quite a lot of pride. I'm a band teacher myself in the world, have a career in that. Our students have received a superior rating and first place rating in our class for 7 consecutive years. That is a very much a milestone. It shows, of course, project-based learning at its best. You learn by doing. So the students are learning tremendous processes in there. 85% of our eligible students are in grades 5 through 8 are in this band program. And we certainly intend to continue that tremendous rate of success.
Okay. We also have a summer learning program that we are very proud of. It's an engaging and interactive opportunity. We looked at the needs of our students who are reading below grade level. And this program is primarily designed for 3rd grade students. However, it is a K-4 program where they grow their understanding of phonics and reading comprehension skills. We're also excited about our extracurricular activities that we have around the school that build confidence in our students. We have clubs such as the Student Government Association, Service Club, FBLA, FCA, Beyond Borders, Hawks Helping Hawks, and Mind Mosaics.
Being a community partner with Lewisburg and our surrounding community is very central to the core of Cross Creek Charter School, and in doing so, we have community outreach. We maintain a blessing box, which is an opportunity for needy folks in the community to get food items, non-perishable food items there. That's maintained by the Service Club. We have our Fall Festival coming up this weekend. We have a spring color run. We just finished a very successful trunk or treat activity, all types of other activities that bring the community in to our school and in use of our school facilities. Now we present Nick Leapley, who will discuss the 5-year renewal from the vantage point of a board member.
So one thing we noticed this past February when we had a visit with DPI in school, we did some interviews with them, and we recognized as a board that we were falling down on our jobs. We weren't taking the training we needed to take. We weren't being as involved with the school as we should have been. So we have re-collaborated with the administration and with our fellow board members that came today. And we are working with them in concert a lot lately. We've taken some trainings from ncpubliccharters.org that are listed on the screen here. And there's a few others that we've taken as well, but we feel like we're moving in the right direction. And we'd like another 5 years to give it a try.
Students and staff certainly have noted the extra influence of the board as they've been quite present in our school, even helping with some daily activities. Nick just put up a bunch of wonderful pictures for our athletic teams up in the hallways. So we're seeing a very active, very involved board. That was one of the things I believe that our charter renewal visit team had suggested that we implement. And so we have a very involved and active board now. Ms. Neal?
We also would like to share with asking for our 5-year renewal that we've had a clean fiscal audit for the last 3 years and actually for the last 10 or more, but I just didn't want to crowd the slide with all the dates. But October 24th, 2025 was our latest finding from our CPA, and then we didn't have any findings and we had a clean fiscal audit. This school year, we had a monitoring visit from DPI for testing, and it's noted that we had a clean monitoring visit. We did not have any problems. We have a beginning teacher support program where our veteran teachers mentor our first, second, and third year teachers. And of course, that's part of the DPI plan and that we follow. And we also, again, have a more informed board. We have a hands-on school board. I did mention that K-4 summer learning program that addresses our deficiencies for reading at our school. And again, we are project-based learning. And we do have an after-school STEAM program that also invites all students who want to stay in the afternoon for some very in-depth STEAM projects that go on, and we're very excited to have that and the staff that we have.
Might comment too that I'm very proud of this fact that we had 100% perfect score on both our fire inspection reports and on the health reports of the school. So the operations of the school too is something that we're extremely proud of.
Okay. At this time, we'll move into our school improvement plan. It's not a plan that administration put together, but one that was in collaboration with our leadership team and other staff members at our school. And so our first goal to move our school forward would be in Dimension A, instructional excellence and alignment. We've chosen standard A 4.01. The school will implement a tiered instructional team that allows teachers to deliver evidence-based instruction aligned with the individual needs of students across all tiers. And so we have put in place how to recognize what students need to be in what tiers. We have used STAR math assessment, STAR reading, M-class, pre-assessments for assignments to understand what students need to be in what tiers and able to move them forward. Also, we have we have hired an instructional coach, math and ELA for grades 3 through 5 for our 2025-26 school year.
The second goal, the second part rather of this goal 1 right there is that we create a schedule that does include something called daily focus time. This is an individualized opportunity for teachers to work with students on the subjects where they have fallen perhaps a little behind. That is a time that can be tailored to student deficiencies and student needs. That's a very important time during the day called focus time. And that's in middle school. But again, that allows for an instructional focus on subgroups, which is a category, of course, that we need to be looking at very carefully. We also, a hallmark again of the school is the use of small group instruction and differentiation based on student needs. And so the teachers and teacher assistants within the classroom, as well as the educational coaches, can help us with creating those small groups based on needs, and we can address the deficiencies there in that area. The second goal on the school improvement plan is instructional excellence and alignment still. But this is A417. The school implements a reliable and valid system-wide screening process for academics and behavior that includes the assessment of all students multiple times per year and establishes decision rules to determine students in need of targeted intervention. We have an innovative behavior program there called the Restorative Behavior Program. It is designed to prevent suspensions in the case of misbehavior, but also designed to solve the problem of classroom interruption in instruction due to misbehavior. Students complete the restorative behavior program, reflect on their actions, and get back to class in a minimal amount of lost class time. That's proven to be very, very effective. We also have a behavior interventionist for the school. Maintaining good classroom behavior, good classroom discipline is, as you no doubt know, essential to student learning. And so these measures have been put in place to ensure that classroom interruptions are kept to a minimum, and therefore more time is spent on instruction and good learning.
And the administration also monitors attendance and have required parent conferences so that we can ensure that our students are there. If our students are not there, they cannot learn. And that's one thing that we pride ourselves on, that we are in communication with parents. We want to know why. Is your child sick? Whatever it is, we need to know so that we can assist with that and to have our students at school to be able to learn. Our last and not but least, goal 3, we are in dimension D, planning and operational effectiveness. That is D 2.05. The environment of the school, physical, social, emotional, and behavioral, is safe, welcoming, and conducive to learning. And with that goal, we are looking to increase students' active learning by ensuring that the school is welcoming and a safe place for all students. If students do not feel safe, they cannot learn. And so it is our job as administrators and as a board to ensure that we provide that conducive, safe learning for students.
You'll want to note there that we've employed a school resource officer who's present on campus every day to ensure safety and ensure the good feeling that students have that they are well taken care of. We also, that is a part-time position, but his hours vary. The building itself is rather conducive to safety. When the building was completed in 2020, there's a 2-level pass through in order to get into the main building. Visitors come to the office, and then from there, they still have to be once again screened before they can grant access into the main part of the building. Likewise, of course, we conduct drills, monthly fire drills. We've certainly done lockdown drill, tornado drill, things of that nature. Students are well aware of all of these procedures and know how well to perform these things in the event of emergency, unlikely that it may be. Also, we have partnership with the DARE program there in Franklin County, and that, and we believe 1 minute left. Finally, we have a memorandum of understanding established between our campus and the Franklin County schools, the local LEA. In the event of a terrible need for evacuation, we've established that our students can be transported on Franklin County schools buses to the safe location at nearby Lewisburg High School's football field, just in the event that we need. We've tried to look at every aspect of school safety. We're very proud to have presented all of this material to you today on behalf of our school. We believe in our school. We believe in our students. Our board, very present today, very much has bought into the concepts that make Cross Creek Charter School the unique entity that it is, and therefore we're very proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have 1 or 2 minutes for questions or comments.
Jenna, just a question for me, and maybe it's just I'm not looking at it right, but if you look in the last column on this exact page here, 17 points back, 5 points back, 14 points back, and then the comparison is only minus 5.1. How is this funky math, or am I a user error here?
Yeah, I actually just verified that on the state accountability website because I was concerned that I made an error. It's still, those are the same numbers that are on the state accountability website. I can dig more because I also thought that math looked funny to me. But that they're still showing that all students, like those are the same exact numbers that I'm pulling when I pull the accountability data.
What I'm most concerned about, obviously, is the minus 5.1, just for our sake of what gets recommended for a renewal, but something just doesn't seem right. I mean,
Yeah, I did double check just right now sitting here because I agree with you that it looks funny. But those are the same numbers that I can see. I'll pull them again though. Certainly.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions?
I'm This is Rita Hare. I'm wondering, Mr. Miller, if you would address strategies that you're doing for your science scores to improve the performance there. I didn't really hear any reference to that. And that was probably the weakest, was the weakest area
One
you're testing.
program that we've implemented this year is, again, the program recommended, the STYLE program from the DPI, which is, it was a recommendation from DPI. And of course, we're going to follow those recommendations. And that was something, of course, to be put in place to work with the project-based learning to increase those science scores.
Thank you. I did hear that. I guess I was looking for more specific, but that's good. I see that you've got it addressed.
It's the beginning era of a program. And so we'll certainly be able to gauge its effectiveness as scores rise, as we certainly intend for them to do.
Any other comments or questions?
This question I have is, what's the status of your principal?
The board of directors will speak.
We dug into our charter and realized that we were supposed to have 2 co-directors, and we presented that to our former director, and she quit. So we hired 2 interim directors. We've hired Tracy Neal full-time, and we have another Danielle Richardson coming in December 1st.
So you have 2 principals?
We'll have 2, we're calling them co-directors for now. But you know, we technically have an elementary school and a middle school, so it's kind of nice to have 2 administrators to be able to handle different things at the same time. And we also still employ vice principal.
Especially for the numbers of students, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. Next, we have American Leadership Academy Coastal. They were also formerly named Coastal Preparatory Academy. They're a K-12 school in New Hanover County. You can see their growing enrollment listed below. The school was first given a charter in 2016, but they did delay to open until 2017, so their numbers look slightly off there, but that's the reason why. And then were renewed in 2021 with a 5-year renewal. They have submitted all requirements for renewal and have participated in the process fully thus far. And the school's academic performance, they had performed at a C in 22-23, a D in 23-24, and then a C this past year. And then they have met growth in 1 out of the last 3 years. For academic comparability, they have been comparable 1 year this past year. And then you can also see their subgroup comparability listed in the table below. For compliance, we did hear from the Office of School Nutrition that they had some funding withheld from the Office of School Nutrition due to noncompliance, but we do not have any notification of any financial compliance issues at this time. And the Office of Charter Schools has used the renewal guidelines to place the school at a 5-year renewal due to their comparability for 1 out of the previous 3 years. So at this time, I will invite ALA Coastal to give you their presentation.
Good afternoon, welcome. And just a reminder, 20 minutes includes questions. Thank you.
Thank you for having us today. My name is Kimberly Rivenbark. I'm the ALA board chair. With me today, we have our administrative team. We have Brittany Lefebvre. She is our elementary campus director, as well as Amanda Allert. She is our junior high campus director. We also have our partners, Charter One, with us today. I'd like to first start off by sharing with the board the ALA Coastal's mission statement. It's American Leadership Academy Coastal is dedicated to improving the lives of its students by providing authentic learning experience in a collaborative, nurturing environment that will build a foundation for students' success in school, career, and life. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to our board administration. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pardon me while I pull up my notes real quick. So I am Amanda Allert. I am the upper school director, grades 7 through 12. I have been a member of the ALA Coastal Campus since our opening in 2017. At that time, I was a 3rd grade classroom teacher. I have grown with the school. It is my heart, it is my joy, and it is my gift and my blessing to serve every day. I am grateful for the partnership of Megan Carter as well as Dr. Brandy Gill through this renewal process.
If I can ask, when you guys speak, if you could make sure one person standing in front of the mic, because the people online will not be able to hear you.
I'm so sorry.
Like, no, it's all right. Thank you. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
All right, and I am Brittany Lefebvre. I am the campus director for the elementary campus, and I serve pre-K through 6th grade, and I have also been here since 2020.
So as you can see, in 2017, we opened as Coastal Preparatory Academy.
And in 2021, we partnered with our EMO, Charter One. Since then, we have added additional grade levels each year to complete our pre-K through 12th grade campus.
This year is our first graduating class, the class of 2026. It's an amazing journey to watch my 3rd graders in 2017 now as members of the junior class. We're so excited to see our first inaugural class through, and then I get to see those initial kiddos that have stayed the course with us go through graduation again the following year.
I'd like to briefly talk about our RAISE values, which is something we live and breathe on our campus. So RAISE, it does stand for Respect, Accountability, Integrity, Service, and Excellence. And that is the cornerstone of our campus, and we instill them in our students through our curriculum and leadership.
Additionally, from the pictures on the slide, you can see that our campus has grown. Our enrollment continues to grow each year. We started as a 1-building campus, and then we added an additional unit with 8 classrooms, as well as a 2-story junior high school building.
All right, on this slide, you will find the historical performance of our campus. As you can see, in 2022, our growth was at a 61.2%. 3 years later, in 2025, we were able to grow, and we are now at 81.2% growth.
I think that it's important to note on this slide, when you can see our performance in 2024 as a D school, Ms. Lefebvre and I really had to sit down as a united front for leading a K-12 campus, and we had to dig into what are we going to do, because we know that we're better, and we know that we needed to provide the opportunities and the structure to show that to everyone. We had some really deep data analysis. We looked hard at our professional development for our teachers. We looked at specified training for growth opportunities within our staff. And as you can see, we grew our school grade from a D to a C by 12 growth points this past school year.
All right, and when examining the EVAS data for our campus, you can see that our EOG math scores met expected growth, and our grade 5 did exceed the expected growth. Our EOG reading scores across grade levels also met expected growth.
Additionally, speaking to the EVAS data for the junior high, we have exceeded our expected growth with our biology group. We also are very close to exceeding our growth in Math 1. We met growth as well in English 2, and also in our Math 3 students. We're very proud of their achievement.
All right, on our next slide, we have some different comparisons. The first one being the students with disabilities comparison. You can see by the top line and the blue dot on the first 2 images that we were trending higher than our surrounding schools. You can see at the bottom, our economically disadvantaged students are also showing growth, as noted by the top 2 gray lines and blue dots. You can also see on those graphs that our surrounding schools are trending down and we are trending up.
It's also important on the far right to note that all subcategories listed there are trending upwards. I would like to mention that our AIG population continues to grow. We are confident in our teaching team and the instruction that they deliver to meet all of our student population, from our lower performing kiddos to our on grade level population, as well as enriching our higher performing students and helping our AIG kiddos continue to grow.
So our current academic goal for next year is to increase our school performance grade to a B by the end of this 2025-2026 school year.
And I can say with confidence, the team that we have on our campus, aligned with the light leadership from the lower school to the upper school between Ms. LaFave and I, we're so psyched. We're so psyched for all things that come. We have a great plan in place, which includes our instructional strategies to extend the junior high school blocks. Last year, we were 7 50-minute periods. We have now implemented 2 semesters to break down into 4 90-minute blocks. That adds 35 minutes worth of instruction to our students in 7th and 8th grade.
We are utilizing IXL this year across the board, and we have increased our SchoolNet usage. And we are really focusing on our skill checks this year, and that begins in 3rd grade and we go all the way through 12th grade.
Also happy to share that this will be our 2nd year of implementing NC check-ins, so that our curriculum and comparative data is closely aligned to state standards, and that gives us great opportunities to seek out deficits and enrichment opportunities for our student population. Okay, so our staff and our campus support. We are so gifted to sit in our PLCs with our teaching team. We complete our observations. Currently the upper school has 66 observations under our belt. Lower school?
We have about 65.
So we're trending on point with our goals for what we need to do to give targeted feedback for instruction to our teachers. We offer opportunities to our successful teachers that are doing a great job to lead PLCs as well as staff development for targeted intervention growth in our staff. We are very proud of our licensure percentage of our staff on campus. The upper school is at 55%, and I believe the lower school is at
It's 59%.
Yes. Additionally, we have an instructional coach that does walkthroughs, and Ms. LaFave and I are aligned in our E3 Plus, which is every student, every classroom, every day. And the plus includes morning drop-off, afternoon dismissal, lunch duty, as well as time on the playground.
Just wanted to go back to the observations. That is something that we are proud of, because we know that it can get difficult to get into the classrooms. But, your standard school has the 3 observations that are required. And as we stated, we are already in the 60s. So we have really completed lots of observations. And those include walkthroughs, informals, and formal observations. Next slide, thank you. So during this slide, we would like to demonstrate a touch of our campus life and showcase our whole school experience. In the following pictures, you'll see our 4th grade curriculum aligned projects, our annual fall festival, which highlights our family engagement and partnership opportunities. And then I will let Ms. Allard speak to our sports.
So with the addition of a grade level each year for the last several years and closing out through 12th grade, we have been able to add varsity sports to our campus. It's very exciting. It's an awesome opportunity for school spirit, and it's very well embraced. Our varsity girls volleyball team went to the state championships within our conference. We came in 2nd place, and it's great. Oh boy, it's great momentum to ride at the end of a sports season. Also, our soccer team won their conference championship, so that was wonderful. We have grown in our athletic department to include tennis for boys and girls, cross country. We now have basketball, softball, our cheerleading. We have baseball, and also for our upper school kiddos. When we talk about just offering that whole experience as in our mission statement. It's also with our vision, and our vision is learn, lead, change the world. And so the community partnerships that we have developed within New Hanover, Pender, and Brunswick County as our surrounding 3 counties, we have a partnership with NC Nourish and the food bank, and our upper school kiddos are going 2 times a month on this first and third Thursday, and we are packing meals to the less fortunate. We also had the NASCAR Institute out on our campus recently to speak to our high school kiddos for automotive opportunities. We have a partnership with Cape Fear Community College to offer dual enrollment. We have just registered for our AP classes, embracing second semester. And again, I said it earlier, I've been with the campus for a long time, and to see, you know, what you can see in your mind because you believe in something and you have the passion for it, and then to live it and to carry it out each day, it's wonderful.
And just to touch on our enrollment, we have grown our enrollment. So we currently serve students from 8 counties: New Hanover, Pender, Brunswick, Onslow, Duplin, Bladen, Columbus, and Johnston County. So as you can see, our families definitely choose us for the right reasons, and they are willing to make that drive for us. And so at this time, we are requesting the board give strong consideration for a 7-year renewal for ALA Coastal.
Thank you for your time and for allowing us to present for you today.
Thank you so much. Questions or comments from board members?
Yeah, I have a question about, I'm just going to dive right into the subgroups.
Yes, please.
How many white students do you have?
976.
Okay. And you just said you serve a lot of counties, so it's with that caveat, but down 17.9 compared to New Hanover County. What are your thoughts about that? What are your interventions about that? Just how are you thinking about that?
Specific to our white population?
Specific to that population, yeah. I mean, it's most of your population, it sounds like.
So in terms of being down compared to New Hanover County, you know, when we look into our data and our population, what we do see is that our enrollment that continues to grow brings with it different teaching and learning styles from different counties. And so it takes a minute for our enrolled students that join us, for lack of a better word, to simmer into the ALA Coastal way.
Yeah, join your culture.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And that is so part of our initiative. When we did that deep dive to grow from the D to the C, we looked at, we call it ACE, it's academics, culture, and enrollment. So we're looking like a triangle that all are connected. And that's what we see. We grow in enrollment, but the new coming piece of the culture is bringing things in that we now have to stabilize, if that makes sense.
Sure.
We work hard to do it. You know, we're partnering with those state standard aligned curriculum adaptations. We've moved into the SchoolNet. We've moved into the IXL. It's stabilizing. It's the PLCs, it's treating every teacher on the campus, treating every student like their own instead of just, oh, that's my roster. And so it doesn't matter if my elective teacher that only has a student for a CTE class doesn't have them for a core class. They're still going to draw in those core supports cross-curricularly, if that, I can speak to the upper. For the lower?
I mean, I think same thing for lower. We definitely see students coming from different schools, which always brings different challenges. So to get them on board with even our raise values and our uniform and our dress code and certain requirements that we have for our school, all of that takes time to stabilize.
And they enter at all different grades, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Throughout the calendar year.
Got it.
Yes.
Thank you. That's good context. And then anything additional to say about your English learners and that subgroup? Number one, how many do you have that are in that category?
We have 15 EL students. So we have 8 elementary, 3 middle school, and 4 high school.
Any thoughts, any additional thoughts in addition to what you already said? Or
I think it's important to note that this is the first year that we have a teacher specified to that role on campus. He's a wonderful addition, and he double dips both junior high school population as well as elementary. He also actually teaches my English 4 class. So he's a rare find and serves our population well. But again, I think that layer of support is what has contributed or will contribute to future growth.
Thank you all very much. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions or
I
comments?
have a quick question. For the students that are coming in new to your culture, especially in your middle and high school, have you got any documentation to know if they're coming in at grade level, or what you were talking about, maybe below grade level, and how far below grade level?
So did you say that you were asking specifically to junior high school? Yes. So when the records request comes in with that student enrollment, we do have their data, and traditionally they are coming in below grade level proficiency, which also creates a challenge to then drill back to their deficits and bring them up to grade level proficiency. I think that they come to us and it's the culture shift to our campus from one of our surrounding county schools that they settle into, and then all of a sudden it's like the light bulb goes off and the academics click. And then it's the combination between adopting our school culture, if that makes sense, where it's almost like they can normalize and then their academia takes off. I mean, that's the pattern that I've seen, and I'm the upper school campus director for the 3rd straight year. Yes.
Last thing I'll say, because I guess our time's out here, is to be able to go from a -12 to a -2.8. It's still a minus, but that took a tremendous amount of work. So I hope whatever was done last year is replicated and continues to grow in that culture that you're talking about. And next time you won't have to ask for a 7 or a 10. You'll have gotten there.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, I have a comment as well. Congratulations on the C in Met growth, which is the best of 3 years, right?
Yes.
You mentioned 8 counties, the farthest I think being Johnston. So I had to look it up because I was curious. Like it says 97 miles away.
Yes.
You probably know who that student is or those students, but what draws a student to pass hundreds of schools to come to ALA Coastal?
I think, again, just going back to our culture, sometimes we see that families may work in the area and it's easier for them in that sense. But I think our culture is the main thing that we see.
Okay.
And additionally, it is I'm just saying it's with the growth of the athletics that kind of advertised and spread us far and wide to play schools in these other counties. And that was a thing where all of a sudden our athletes are on another campus and they're going, oh my gosh, look at their sportsmanship. Look at how they conduct themselves. Look at how they represent the school. And then we have families that come and enroll.
And we also added 2 buses this year that are cluster stops. So that has helped as well.
Okay, thank you.
And again, kudos to your growth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Last for today is Raleigh Oak Charter School, a K-8 school in Wake County. You can see their enrollment listed for you. Raleigh Oak first was given a charter in 2018 for 5 years and then was renewed in 2023 with a 3-year renewal. They have submitted and completed all required items for the renewal process. In 22-23 and in 23-24, they had a school performance grade of C and they met growth. This past school year, they had a school performance grade of D and did not meet growth. And they are currently on the low performing list, but this is the first in 3 years that they have been on that list. They have not been comparable to Wake County schools in any of the last 3 years. And you can also see their subgroup comparability. We're not aware of any outstanding compliance or financial issues for the school at this time. and they have been placed at a 5-year renewal using the guidelines based on meeting growth 2 out of the last 3 years and being currently on the low performing list. So at this time, I will invite the board and leadership from Raleigh Oak to give you their presentation.
Mr. Chair, I want to welcome the Raleigh Oak Charter team to the stand, but I am going to have to recuse myself from this conversation.
Duly noted. Thank you. Welcome this afternoon, and same instructions as all other schools, 20 minutes, but that needs to include time for us as well. So
Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Rich Antoine. I am the co-chair and treasurer for Raleigh Oak Charter. I am accompanied today by our executive director, Ms. Brittany Wheaton, as well as our co-chair and head of governance, Ewan Finzer. Us three will be speaking to you and presenting to you for you this afternoon. We are also accompanied by our administrative team, as well as members of our board and our partners over at Prestige School Solutions. So I want to kick things off here. To truly appreciate Raleigh Oak Charter, it's essential to understand where we came from and where we are today. This next slide here, in slide 2, right after, there we go. This next slide really shows the challenges that we've faced with for the past 4 years, but it also demonstrates and highlights how we have stabilized, how we have improved, and how we have transformed this school and to position itself for long-term success. In 2021, in the aftermath of the pandemic here, the school was dealing with foundational issues: leadership turnover, board turnover, staff turnover, and poor financial decisions that really crippled the school at the time. And we were in a temporary facility that just did not provide the services that we needed, to cater to our staff and students. To simply put it, we just did not have the systems in place that emulated a strong charter school. In 2022 and 23, it was more of the same. We relocated to a second site, but we were still working through some of the inconsistencies around operations, overworked staff, turnover of administration, and more financial pressure. But despite all of that happening, what we did notice was that we still had our families that were part of the school, part of the community, still attending, wanting to be and stay with us. They believed in our mission, they believed in our vision. And so the community gave us purpose, and it gave us a reason to continue to fight on. The real turning point for us, though, was in 2024 and 2025, where we start laying out the real foundation for change. We finally had a stable and committed board of directors that consistently brought in the governance and better financial oversight and discipline. And for the first time, we are operating with an economic surplus and not a deficit. We expanded our administration team. We brought in new leadership, new result-focused leadership. We tightened a lot of our internal processes, and we started laying the groundwork for what is now known as our new school. Because of this shift, we started to see immediate recovery. We started to gain the confidence of families. We started to gain the confidence of staff, and we saw our enrollment increase pretty significantly. This past August here, we moved into a permanent building, and that milestone was possible due to the work that was done in 2024. The building wasn't the beginning of our turnaround. It's the result of our turnaround. And so there's more work that needs to be done. However, we're trusting the process that we laid before us, and we have a great administrative team and a board to help us assist us and get us there. Now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Brittany Wheaton, our executive director.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we look at the academic data, I know we are all looking from a lens. That data also tells a story. And for us, we believe it tells a story of resilience and progress. I also just want to name that it does seem that our 3-year, year-to-year is does not include the 2024, 2025 numbers that you just shared, but solely focusing on what we have submitted. For our school report card in 2021, we had a D. The very next year, we had a 9-point increase and were able to obtain a C and then maintain that C throughout the 2023-2024 year. Same with our academic growth. Looking at our 3-year North Carolina report card trends, we met the academic growth in those last 3 years. Diving a little deeper, when we look at our proficiency in math and reading in our year by year, there are 2 really important realities here that we are faced with as a school community. First, that there is a gap. There's a gap and there's work to be done between ourselves, our local LEAs, and also, the state and Wake County. And the second reality is that we are proving that we can close the gap. Our pace of improvement shows our strategies and efforts are working. When we look at the data that we submitted here at the next slide, we are closing the gap. When we look at our math numbers, in math, ROX has grown from 32.8 proficiency in 2022 to 42.6% in 2024. That 9.8 growth in just 2 years has meant a lot for our school community. When we compare that over the same period, Wake County increased by 5.4 points and the state by 4.8. This means that Raleigh Oak Charter was improving nearly twice as fast as the district and the state. In reading, ROX proficiency rose from 48.8 to 56% in 2024. That was a 7.2 point increase. While the state increased by 1.7 as well as Wake County. ROC's rate of growth in reading is more than 4 times in the state average, indicating a strong literacy momentum within our community. We believe at this current rate, ROX is positioned to close the gap with the state within the next 3 to 4 years. And we believe that we can surpass the state average in reading within 2 years based off of our growth. Last year, we received the North Carolina Academic Growth Reward. That was an affirming reward for us because we acknowledge that there is the gap, but it has been the growth that has truly been our promise and our target for our school community. This growth, we know that growth is not luck, it takes strategy. We have fully enacted an improvement strategy that addresses the gaps and addresses the data and the work that we know is ahead. We have been focused, there's a lot of areas we've been focusing on, but we have the ones I will share with you today are the improvement in our operational structure, our academic alignment, the investment in our teachers, and then having strong governance. We have expanded our academic and support teams. We have completely reorganized our organizational model. We have included a dean of specialized learning who oversees all of the EC department. That is representative of our largest department in our school. We have a dean of pedagogy because we know that the public Waldorf model requires a constant merging and a constant conversation around aligning public Waldorf, the framework, and also making sure that we are meeting North Carolina state standards. We have expanded our intervention team we have 3 full-time academic interventionists, strengthening our Tier 1 MTSS fully implemented throughout our school. We have 2 full-time behavior support specialists because we know that regulated bodies are bodies that are prepared to receive and to learn. Secondly, we are proud that last year we piloted and this year we continue to approach literacy through a school-wide diagnostic literacy model. We are merging our some of the tenets of public Waldorf education, which are storytelling and artistic expression, and matching that with research-based instruction. So things like Hill Rap, things like Recipe for Reading, and direct fluency instruction are informing our growth. Third, we are making new types of investments into our teachers. We have spent a significant amount of time focusing on what our teachers are telling us they need, what are the numbers saying, and what are our we have increased by enrollment by quite a lot, and we have had to spend some time understanding the new needs of our new population, and that has meant that making sure our teachers are equipped to serve all of our students, and at ROCS, all means all. Lastly, we have had the pleasure of having a stable and engaged governance over the last year. That has meant everything to this organization. We have been able to work together for our strategic planning, for our fiscal health, for mission alignment, and all of these components really help us feel confident in our ability to experience long-term success. If you ever have the opportunity to come out and visit Raleigh Oak Charter School, there's lots of joy, there's lots of magical and wonderful things happening, but I will focus on three for the sake of our time today. As Rich mentioned, we have a permanent home. Lots of people just share, this is your brand new building. It's shiny, it's sparkly. Yes, it is that, but it's also our permanent home. We feel that it is extremely important to lay roots in Southeast Raleigh. We feel that it is important for our mission that we want to have a building that does what we say we would do. So from our outdoor classrooms to our exploration ponds, to our art and movement studios, to our open air classrooms, to our community gardens, our building facilitates all that we said that we would do. Additionally, we are North Carolina's only public Waldorf school. No other charter school in North Carolina is providing an education that stands on the foundations of public Waldorf education. That means we are providing age-appropriate and developmentally appropriate curriculum and whole child education. That means we consider the hands, the hearts, and the minds of our students. We believe that you have to address all three layers of the child development in order for them to truly receive. There has to be balance and there has to be intention in the way that we deliver instruction. Lastly, as I was preparing for this presentation, I was having lots of conversations with our students and families, and the number one thing that they all wanted you to know is that we are a thriving and we are a connected community. And as Rich pointed out, we have been through many challenges, but this is a resilient community. We have most of our teachers who have been with us since the beginning. Most of our families have been with us to the beginning. We have increased our enrollment by 64.9% because the community has went out and advocated and said that this is what is happening at Raleigh Oak Charter School. From our after-school festivals to our field trips, this community shows up for one another, and this community works alongside each other to make sure that this is not just a school, but that this is a home for the people in our community, for the 13 counties that are represented within our school. This is a community that believes in the power of public Waldorf education, in the power of human connection and stewardship of our city.
Great, I'm Ewan Finzer, a co-chair, and just wanted to kind of wrap it up here with, we're asking for a 7-year renewal. As Ms. Wheaton and Rich stated, we are closing the gap when it comes to test scores. We've implemented a new expanded admin team, more functional, with functional discipline. We have a budget surplus, we're financially stable. We went from 348 to 573 students in the last year into our new facility, going out into our communities and spreading the message. The one thing I want to just spend a little bit of time hitting on here in my portion is the public Waldorf mission, which I hold very dear to my heart. 3 generations of Waldorf educators. I'm a product of Waldorf schools. And like Ms. Wheaton said, we're the first and only public Waldorf charter school in North Carolina, and that's a big deal. There are over 1,100 Waldorf schools worldwide. It's a growing movement. There are only 61 public Waldorf charter schools in the U.S. We're the only one in North Carolina, and actually the only one south of Pennsylvania, north of Florida, and west of Oklahoma. We see this kind of in our constituency. When we look at one level, we're a local school. We have in Southeast Raleigh, we have students that are walking to school. They would otherwise have to commute 20 to 30 minutes by bus. So we're serving our local community. We're also, as Ms. Wheaton said, serving 13 different counties. We have some families driving over an hour, carpooling, throwing together ad hoc transportation plans because they want to access the public Waldorf curriculum. We also have another constituency, which we call, or I call, like the disaffected group. This is the homeschoolers, the ones who have opted out of the public education system, and they're coming back into the system because of what we're offering. And so I worked on the enrollment outreach committee this past year. Some of the anecdotes were, this is the only public school I'd ever send my children to. So we're bringing in that group. But we're also a national relocation magnet. We have families from California, New York that are relocating to this area, and they're seeking out the public Waldorf mission. They know that normally this is an independent, typically an independent movement. You'd pay $20,000 to $30,000 for this education. So we're making this accessible, and we're a magnet across the country. We even have international families from South Korea, all over the world, that recognize this model, and they want to come to our school because of that. So kind of just to wrap it up, we're offering something that is truly unique that I think aligns with the purpose of charter schools, which is to offer a choice, not an echo. We are providing a public Waldorf mission of meeting every child where they are. And because of this, we're asking for a 7-year renewal. And I thank you for your time. Welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from board members?
I only have one. I see where in your presentation, you talked about the 3 years previous to 24-25. And there was a dip between 23-24 and 24-25. Pretty big dip. Would you, and I also see your enrollment increased over 86 students. What are your thoughts about why that was a dip?
Hi there. I'm Marissa Finzer. I'm the Dean of Pedagogy at Raleigh Oak Charter. So as one of our teammates shared, we have been in 3 different schools. This is our 3rd school. When we move, we end up having many new families join us. So what I see that dip is we have new families joining us, and it can take some time for the students to adapt to the way that we approach education. There are times where children will come to us and they will say, I'm not learning anything. All I'm doing is having fun. And that is what we want them to think, right? They are learning. We are doing, they see this as, well, if I'm not sitting on the computer, and if I'm not being told I'm not in my seat, if I'm allowed to get up, if I'm allowed to do art, and I'm hearing stories, then, is this really school, or is this what is happening here? And so it can take some time for our students to adapt to that. But once they do, that's where then we see that growth. We see that dip, and then we see that big growth after they've been with us for some time and they adjust to the way that we do things. Whenever we move, we're having students come in at all different ages. There are schools, there are some public Waldorf schools that say it's not best practice to have students join you after 5th grade because they won't adapt. That's what they say. But we really believe in the mission that we receive children where they are and we get them where they need to go. And so we always accept children in all classes, and we believe that we can meet their needs and we can exceed what they believe that their full potential is. So when I see that dip, I know that it's when they're coming to us, and then when we see that growth, it's when that they bring it into themselves and they're able to really see the benefits of what we have to offer.
What is the capacity of your new building?
We have a capacity of 600. So right now we're at 573. Yes. So we experienced 64.7% in growth. We've also increased our EC headcount by 130% over the last year. And so, like Ms. Finzer pointed out, that we are a space where we welcome a diverse range of students who have come from all walks of education. Like Ewan said, we have a huge homeschool integration program and population, and that is a part of our population here.
I thought going from where you were in 23, 24 to where you were in 24, 25 to 300, but you're at 573 this year.
This year.
Okay. Let me encourage you guys. I don't know what's going to happen with as far as renewals, but I really would like to see, and I'm sure you guys have got it, the trajectory of the students that have stayed with you.
Yes.
Versus the students that are coming in, because it does take a while.
I will tell you that one of the benefits of our school is that we have a looping model. So I had the opportunity to have a class for 2 years. I taught 5th grade and then I looped up to 6th grade. That is the class, the first kindergarten class that ever was at Raleigh Oak Charter. And so being able to go back, and I can tell you even just from that group, we have a significant amount of families that have stayed with us from the first year that we opened until now. And one of the going back to sometimes where we recognize some of these dips have happened, when we have students that are coming from homeschool or coming from a traditional Waldorf education background, one of the biggest barriers we have found is technology. We have students come in that are homeschooled in the Waldorf pedagogy that come in, they're ready to watercolor, their comprehension is off the chart. They may have never used a computer before. And so one of the things that we have been working towards is realizing what have been some of these barriers. We had a student come in and on the beginning of year reading assessment was one of the lowest in the grade, fully in the red, was, put into intervention, but also was given support on how to use a computer. By January was well above grade level in the blue. The capacity for decoding, for fluency, for comprehension was there. But what was actually in the way was how to use a computer. So what we've done is we've invested in Chrome carts. We are not trying to throw so many things at them at once. They're not just getting these computers when it's time to take an assessment. We're working with children on how to actually use this technology in a meaningful way, so it is not a barrier in showing what they're actually capable of.
We're up against time here. I do want to make a comment or just question, but I'll give if there's anyone else. So I think you're to be commended for the innovative model that you have and the work you're doing. You don't get to those numbers if parents aren't finding you as an attractive school. So those are all really positive metrics. And then there's the but. I'll just say for myself, I think it's a reach for a 7-year. To be a 7-year, you have to meet or exceed growth in each of the last 3 years. You guys haven't done that. You have to be comparable to the local district at least 2 out of the last 3 years. You've not met that metric. And in some cases, like last year, 21.5 points off. That's a big gap. We quibble sometimes where the metric should be 3, 5, 7, but we know this, it shouldn't be 21.5. And then we're allowed to look at subgroup data. And in every subgroup, you're also not at that metric. I want to go back to what I said earlier. You're to be commended for an innovative model. Good things are happening. Families are wanting to come to you. I think it might be a stretch for 7, but we're not voting today. So there'll be other opinions to be shared on that. So thank you for your time. I think that's it. So, Ms. Logue.
Oh, yep. No announcements, just, we do have another public meeting coming in here in less than an hour. So we're gonna clear out really fast. So if that's why we're rushing you, that's what we're doing.
Feels like you're being.
If you feel like I'm rushing you, I am.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Meeting adjourned.
Thanks, team.